everybody? We're doing another Frontrooms Normalities and then Demon Fish Dead Ahead stream. So we'll be in A-Sprite, GB Studio, and working on a couple different games for Game Boy. Should be lots of fun. We'll be starting shortly here. And yeah, see you soon. Lumbee, welcome in. 12th time getting first and 27th check-in. Holy cow. Lord Sploof, welcome in. Arrow my baby, arrow my honey.
Oh, what a save!
It's too early to save at this point, but yeah, welcome in, Lord Sploof. I'm just getting started, so give me a second to spread the link around. There's an ad that starts in a couple minutes. Then after the ad's done, I should be ready to roll. But thanks for joining the stream early here, guys. Hey everybody, welcome in Seagoat Games. Appreciate you being here. Hi, how's it going? How you doing? What you been up to? We're doing more Frontrooms Normalities. Everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't yet. They've got an awesome pixel art stream. Yeah, so stream avatars was not on, so I'm turning that on now. My bad. Alright, there's that, and then yeah, we should be ready to roll here. I'm hoping everything works okay today. Having some trouble with the Viado tube redeems. Not sure. Maybe we should give it a little check here. We got the demon fish is working. We got the Pyrotoad working. Looking good. And the hat's working. Let's try the hat on the demon fish. That works pretty well too. Alright. So what we're looking at is what I finished with yesterday. And I wanted to get an earlier start today, but that just didn't happen. So, what you're gonna do? So we're gonna use the same room for this one, and I'm gonna throw this on the right side here, because there's only one frame. And yeah, so we're going to get rid of all of these normalities and the swing and the cat bed and the cat. And we're going to make a west facing wall. And we'll be able to use this. And so let me look at my notes here. I think we want to have a couch over here and a chair over here. Yeah. But just part of the couch, because the other part is like on the other thing. So we're going to find that. Here's that. So we've got this couch here. So we're gonna try to make the same couch here, which is always difficult. But yeah, we've got a new save thing there. We're going to remove these. And let's draw a chair. So we want it to be like going into the corner here. What's going on here? Oh, I'm on the room layer. Let's put that on a new layer. I thought I already did that. Getting ahead of myself here. Alright, yeah, so we're just gonna kind of draw it in white for a minute and then make the change. Alright, let's do that. Okay. So yeah, the couch is mostly white. Oh, we gotta draw these lines so it doesn't go over the frame there. It looks a little bit weird because it should be like against the wall. And yeah, if we look at this, it doesn't hit that corner, so we actually do want this to have a corner. And I think we actually saved a corner on this one, believe it or not. Or maybe not. I thought we did. Maybe I got rid of it. Well, so much for that idea. I was gonna copy and paste it. But yeah, I think what we need to do is move the couch and then make this a corner. And it's gonna be the wall siding to the house siding. Oh. So we're going to erase all of this. And let's turn off the couch for a minute so we can get the floor, even though it's going to be mostly covered by the couch. There's a Pokemon in chat. We got a Wild Throw. Kind of a strange name for a Pokemon, but I say that a lot, so as far as I know, they're all strange names. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today, having a great day. A lot of crazy shit going on in the world right now, and that's kind of fucked up, but I hope on the individual basis that people are having a decent day. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna have to do the same thing that we did before, where let's get rid of this line in the middle here. Like, this one's fine. But this one should be like that. And then we can do another thing there. And then in the middle, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So somewhere about here. What a normal game. I hope nothing weird happens. Hello there, greetings from my house. Welcome in, Eduardo.
You're just talking.
You got the nice combo there going. Hope you're having a decent day. Hope everything's good. We gotta make the intro combo. Hey, you made it. You already got it going. I like how everyone's got their own little sequence that they do. It's been so fantastic so far. What about you? Well, my day was kind of slow. I got a late start. I was up pretty late last night, and then probably didn't really get out of bed until like 1 or so. But that's okay. I was planning to stream earlier, but I just didn't get to it fast enough. And then yeah, you know, then the normal stuff. Make some food. Do some chores and whatever, and all of a sudden time had flown by. Oh, that's not the couch. It's not all good. Where is my lost time? / joking. That's what I'm saying. Where does the time go? Isn't that the saying? Where does the time go? Oh, it's on its own layer. I forget that. Is that it? That's it. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this couch yet. Oh, everyone should check out Big Lumbee, by the way. Big Lumbee's got a fantastic stream. They do retro games on a virtual machine, and it's super cool.
Another sensational save! I don't believe it!
Absolutely true. Where does the time go when we use it? I think it goes into a giant vault, a time vault. That's an interesting concept. Maybe that's what black holes are. They're time vaults. Thanks for checking in, Easy Perp. Welcome in. Always good to see you here. And we have to unscrew it anytime we need more time, but they only let us have like 4 seconds a day. It goes to the taxpayer time bank. So if you don't pay tax, then you don't get a time bank. Do you pay taxes on your time? Bombastic Lumba. Oh, speaking of, I should work on my stream stuff. Nice, nice. Have you put any thought into the Bob stream, the Microsoft Bob stream? Dude, I kind of want to set up a virtual machine just to play with that, because I had it when I was a kid, and I thought it was fantastic. I was like in junior high, and I thought it was fantastic. I was probably around 5th grade when I first started playing with it, but I kept playing with it up until like 8th grade. I have put exactly 6 seconds of thought into it. 6 seconds is a whole lot of time. It can be. Depends on what else is going on, you know? That's okay. I won't be too hurt if you don't do the Microsoft Bob stream. For real, that might be a stream for Thursday. I have seen how it works on 486 virtual machine. Right on. Well, if you get it working, that would be cool. I have seen videos of people doing it on a like a virtual machine, but yeah, I'm sure all the virtual machines are different. Yeah. We gotta look back at this couch. Okay, so there's like, it just seems like it's bigger because it's like stretched out. But there was like this color. Oh no, it wasn't that color. It was the other color. It was this color. Also, that should be there. Oh, and that to there maybe? Or even there? I mean, it's either that or more Sega stuff. Very nerdy, but I agree. And I'm not gonna lie, Virtual On is catching my gander. I don't know what Virtual On is. Gosh, what a fucking surprise to end the last stream on. I am so confused. What is a virtual machine? Lumbee, you wanna explain this? A virtual machine is like when you have another machine. It's like a DOS box, right? So it's like, but DOS box is an emulator for MS-DOS. It's kind of like, yeah, running a computer within a computer. There you go. Exactly. That computer is called a virtual machine. Yep, that's a great explanation. You're much more explanatory than I am. I'd be like, I was bringing up DOSBox, and yeah. DOSBox is more of an emulator than it is a virtual machine. What happened here? Did I erase this and not realize it? But yeah, so if you wanted to run old software that doesn't work on new versions of Windows, then you either, if it's DOS based software, you could run a DOS box, which is like an emulator for DOS, and then if it's Windows based stuff but doesn't run on new Windows platforms, then you need a virtual machine of an old Windows platform. And I believe that's what Lumbee is doing. How can a computer run inside a computer? Or is it streamed on another PC? It's all on one PC. Virtualization comes in two flavors: hypervisors, which runs the software on top of your current hardware, and emulators such as 86box, which emulate specific software or hardware via software and uses that. What is it used mostly for? I think it's mostly for old software, like abandonware and stuff, or if you wanted to program new software for old machines. That and productivity software. Ah, interesting. How is it used for productivity software? Office and Macromedia Flash, for example. Oh, for old versions of that is what you're saying? I used to use this software called Macromedia Director. It was like a precursor to Flash. That shit was wild. Yeah, old versions. Yeah, for real. Oh fuck, Macromedia Director, LMAO. Yeah, no, I had that for class, actually. It was a multimedia class that I took in high school, and that's what they used. It was like super outdated, but that's what they had. Oh, one of the kids in the class was actually making games with it, and I was like, I want to learn how to do that, and he just like handed me the one textbook that the whole class shared, and he says, I read this, and I was like, oh well, I don't want to take that away from you, because he was like using it a lot. He was like referring to the book and like flipping through the pages. He basically took the book when the rest of the class didn't want to touch it because it was like fucking thick as hell. That was for Shockwave, right? I think it ran. I think you might be right that it ran using Shockwave. I don't really remember exactly the ins and outs of it, but it was this was Windows XP days, I want to say, or Windows NT. I think it was Windows NT that we were using. But I think I had XP at home. Actually, I had it running on Vista, I think. Maybe not. No, maybe it wasn't Vista. Maybe it was my XP one. Yeah. So can a low-end PC run a virtual machine to use a high-end PC? Not possible. The inverse is true. You can run a Platinum 2 on a Ryzen 7, but you can't make a better running PC on your current hardware. The most you can do is run another operating system with hypervisor. Windows NT sounds more plausible since Shockwave died with Macromedia. Ah, interesting. Although I will say that Macromedia had already been bought out by Flash by the time that I was using Macromedia Director, because I was using Adobe Flash in sophomore year, and then I moved schools, and then I was using Macromedia Director in junior year. Yeah. To be fair, Pentium doesn't have the same punch as it used to. Platinum 2. Oh, did I say Pentium? No, wait. I gotcha. Programmed obsolescence. So what you could do with an old machine is purchase like a server, right? You can subscribe to a server online and use your old hardware to control fancy hardware on someone else's network, right? I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Like, you can have a shit computer that can't play games, but you can run those games on someone else's computer, basically, for a price. You can install Linux on an old machine and have it way better time. Ah, yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Of course, you'd have to know a little bit about Linux. Linux takes some getting used to. I am like not used to it, unfortunately. I'm getting used to it thanks to Steam OS, but yeah, it's not the same. Time to mine crypto on someone's PC. Yeah, that might not be worth it, considering it costs money to use the network, right? To like, that's the way a lot of what do they call that? Servers, like game servers and stuff, where you like rent a server. That's the way that works. It costs money. It's like, I don't know, what, $15 a month or something like that. 10 to 15 bucks a month or something. So yeah, you wouldn't make any money if you were doing that to mine crypto. Maybe back in the day, but even then the prices wouldn't have been favorable to you. But we have a couch. We've got a couch, and I wanted to make a chair here. So I think we'll do that. Did I put that on? Okay. What is that? This little dot. How did that get there? Where'd that come from? It's gone now. Oh, the room should probably have these filled in. I feel like this looks a little funny. Should at least match the couch, or closer. It should be closer to matching the couch. Can't even be happy, dang. You probably won't be able to do much with Q4 OS on a Pentium 2 though, besides going on the internet, going on ProtoWeb more likely. Like YouTube now would probably destroy a Pentium 2 as opposed to Warp Stream. Yeah, I don't know what any of that stuff is basically, but I know what you're saying. The internet requires too much processor power these days compared to the old days. Let's make sure this looks okay, right? So this one, all right. Well, we need to look at the southern wall. Is that this one? So this wall doesn't have a corner, and this wall needs a corner then. So because the other wall doesn't have a corner. All right, so we do gotta do some stuff here before we start drawing that chair. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. That should be enough to work with. Just realized I don't have chat up on my other computer, which makes it a lot easier to read because it's vertical. So I'm gonna do that. Alright. Like, YouTube would probably destroy a Pentium 2. Oh, yeah, read that alright. The internet nowadays is basically too powerful for even a Pentium 4. Like, that's half the reason why I bought a Dell Latitude E6400, a Core 2 Duo. Can still go on the internet and watch your stream, for instance. Right on. A Pentium 4 would probably give up trying to run Supernium on Windows XP. Are you just making up words, Lumbee? I'm just kidding. Supernium, huh? Supernium? I've never heard this before. Well, that'll have to work. Looks a little funny, but that's okay. I might as well. It's all real, but hearing me talk about it out of context, you'd probably think I'm insane. Either that or from the future. You could be from the future, right? But you're actually talking about the past, which is interesting. Back when they used to make things sound futuristic. And now they just try to make everything sound shorter. Or they like remove a vowel. Either I'm from the future, stuck in the past. Or both. You could be stuck in the past and from the future. Oh. Could be one of those future people that is stuck in the past. I feel like a lot of future people will probably be stuck in the past, you know? If the world keeps getting shittier, people are gonna be like, we need to go back and fix it. We need to go back and prevent this from getting shitty. And they won't be wrong, but they also won't have a way to go back in time until they do. And if they did, then they already would, right? And then they would already have fixed it, so didn't happen. Unless there was some force preventing them from using it.
It is time.
I think about time travel a lot. Thanks for the redeem, Easy Perp. I actually have plans to write a short story about time travel, but I can't, like, it keeps like nipping itself in the bud, right? Because it's like, if like you've got like all of this stuff that happens because of like time travel, there's usually some type of paradox, and I don't want to write a paradox into my time travel story. So therefore, nothing actually happens. It's just like there's no future, there's no past. It's just like the present of this person, right? And they're being haunted by the future, which has actually come back to the present, right? And they're trying to prevent time travel, right? But they don't know it, and like time travel happens.
Go ahead.
And they
make
like
my day.
Yeah, it's real weird. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Makes it hard to write. Yeah. I think we should draw this differently. What am I doing?
Hurry up!
I'm under enough pressure as it is, Lumby. I'm just kidding. In that case, call me Future Trunks. What does that mean? What does that mean, Future Trunks?
My name is Eon Flux. I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
I need to rewatch those. I keep saying that every time that redeem pops up, but it was a good show. Very strange show too. It's one of those ones where it's like every episode is kind of different, but it also like relates, but like not entirely. Like it's not like a continuation so much as it is just like a subtle explanation of the surroundings. Alright, I need to actually hunker down and focus on this toggle. Alright. Well, have fun focusing, and I'm not forcing you to do these redeems, so it should be okay. But yeah, I appreciate you dropping in. I hope you appreciate, or I hope you have a good lurk, right? Sounds like you'll be lurking. I appreciate a good lurk, so I hope that you have a good one. Thanks for the lurk, exactly, yep. And then we'll just steal this screen from here. Oh, before I do, actually. And now we have to wait for the second half of that. Assuming that it comes. Ah, shout out Cyphex Aether Mind. Right on. I did not catch the stream. Was it any good? Oh, this should be on that new layer. It was chill. He did an intro of his lore and played a Skyrim-esque game. Ah, okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't really know side effects that well, but try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. He did kind of rub me the wrong way when I first met him, but he seems to be more chill now. So that's cool. Maybe being a streamer will have a good effect. Thanks for the bits, Easy Perp. Holy shit, 35 bits. Thank you so much. Everyone should check out Easy Perp if they haven't yet. He's got a game he's working on called Aria Quest. I saw you got an update for that. Did you fix that jump bug? But yeah, everyone should check out Easy Perp if they haven't yet. He's got a stream and a game. Yes, awesome. I hope it wasn't too hard to fix. I think this should be like that. That will do. That's great to hear that you fixed that bug, Easy Perp, because yeah, that was a little bit frustrating, and it felt like it was like one of those like stop you in your tracks kind of bugs, which kind of sucks. So I'm glad that you got that worked out. I think this post should be in the middle also. Or maybe we put a second one there, but yeah, I think in the middle will work. Hopefully it does. I will admit he did a bit terse to you. I don't know what terse is. In either case, being a streamer, I feel mellows people out and puts into perspective their behavior in a larger meta-communal context and whatnot. Complex sociological concepts for a win. Anyways, back to toggle work. Yeah, all right. He seemed a bit terse. I am not braining tonight. I don't know what terse is, so I'm not completely brained either. I'm gonna look it up though. We're gonna find out what terse means. Sparing in the use of words, abrupt. Ah, okay. Well, that could just be because their first stream, right? I remember my first stream. I was well, it's online. I think, well, not my very first stream, but like one of my first Twitch streams. Well, I mean in chat. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to talk poorly about people, but yeah, some of the things that he said just rubbed me the wrong way. But he seems to have been chilling out more and more the more he hangs around with the normal crew. I think, you know, a lot of it comes down to like seeing how other people act and letting that rub off on you. I think is big, because I was a lot like him when I was young, and I can feel that, and I don't like who I was when I was younger, because I was condescending, and I was rude, and I was a one-upper, and I was mean because I thought it was funny, and now I'm not any of those things. I have, like, you know, worked on myself, right? But it took a long time to even notice that I had those issues. A lot of them actually stemmed from my brother and my dad, because that's the way they were. My dad was always very had a critical sense of humor. He would like to poke fun of people, make people feel uncomfortable, and that kind of like rubbed off on me. And then my brother is still the world's biggest one-upper. You could say anything about anything, and he will one-up you somehow. He's the type of person that if you're talking about something, his way of like bringing more to the conversation is relating it to him and talking about something that happened to him and how and that story has to make him what's the word? Postured, right? It's like a posturing thing. But yeah. Anyways, I need to stop being distracted. I'm not trying to distract you. Yeah, you're influenced by the 5 people you're closest to. That's what they say. I believe it. I think it's hard to decide who's closest, right? And yeah, closeness is kind of subjective, I think. Alright, let's move this post. We'll probably just move it. But yeah, personally for me, I think that the more I like opened up to strangers, the more they opened up to me about why they didn't like me. And then I would put myself in their shoes because I'm an intelligent creature and capable of doing that. And I realized that they were right for not enjoying my presence, and that I was coming off as someone who was relying on the people who already liked me to enjoy me, I just assumed that everyone liked me for who I was. Oh, that looks really weird. What happened there? But what really was going on is that people had already liked me, and they were letting me be whoever I wanted to be, despite the fact that it wasn't a good personality to be. Alright, so I see what's happening there. The line is making that weird. So we'll leave that. It does look a little funny, but that's okay. It's got that weird screen effect, right? But yeah, I like this room so far. We got the couch. Let's make a chair. And the chair is going to be like a perspective thing too. Let's make it a little bit taller. Yeah. But yeah, when I was young, I was kind of a jerk because a lot of people would just like hang out at my house, and I would get kind of sick of it, but like at the same time I wouldn't tell people like just leave. I would just be a jerk to them. And they would either not come back or they would continue to come back, and I would either be nice to them next time or not, depending on my mood. And people were just like, oh, yep, that's Rick. And I was drinking a lot always, so like I'm sure people would say like, oh, he's just drunk, or that's just the way he is, or he's just joking around, because I was always just joking around, but it was mean-spirited, a lot of the things that I would say. Of course, you know, nothing like, I was always the type of person who you know, I like to think that I have a good soul, you know, like that. I'm not mean-spirited to like, how do I say this? I was mean to everyone. I never took sides. I never was like, against a certain type of person. I never believed in, bigotry or anything like that. I was always very much against those things. But at the same time, I would just be a jerk to anyone that I felt like being a jerk to. And that's not really a good way to live. I was one of those people who had a very negative outlook for my whole life. And I would push it on other people. I was very cynical. I thought cynicism was cool. And it's not. Cynicism is not a good way to live. It's very I don't know. It's detrimental to live that way. It doesn't help you to have like a negative point of view. I mean, yeah, it sucks that things are negative. Things like shit right now in the news and shit, everything is pretty negative. But you don't have to be negative just because the world around you is negative. I don't know. I don't know why I did the things that I did. I blame some of it on Yahoo, actually, believe it or not, because I used Yahoo a lot, and I had like a Yahoo page, and that was, the internet was like how you got jokes back in the day. It still kind of is, right? And it was like, what kind of humor do you like? And I was like, well, I don't know shit about humor. So I like checked out all the choices, and the one that I liked was the cynical humor. I thought that was hilarious. I thought cynical humor was the objectively best humor. And perhaps maybe it is, but you can't go around making cynical jokes all the time if you're not a comedian. I mean, maybe you can get away with it as a comedian, but as like just a regular Joe, you can't. You're gonna come off looking like a negative jerk, because sometimes people need positive reinforcement, and if you just go around providing negative reinforcement, that's you're not gonna make a lot of friends that way. But yeah, that was me. I was definitely that person. I would come up with something negative to say about anything, even if it was positive, especially if it was positive. Because if everyone was having a good time, I had to remind everyone that it's possible to have a bad time too. And I'm gonna have one in front of you. Even things that I liked. Like I remember I went to the theaters to see Jurassic Park, and I liked it, but I remember getting bored of all the action towards the end, and I was just like ready for the movie to be over, and it just felt like it kept on going. And I remember like closing my eyes and like drifting off to sleep, but doing it on purpose, right? Because I was like, I'm gonna prove that I'm not afraid of these dinosaurs, because I was like fucking this was like what, 93, so I must have been, I don't even know, 8 years old or something. And I wanted people to know that I wasn't afraid. I was so unafraid that I fell asleep in the film. But I liked the film, so why would I fall asleep during a film that I liked? It was a really weird thing. I was a strange kid. I was under a lot of pressure to be cool and older my whole life, and that had a negative impact on me for sure. My brother and my dad kind of pushed me to be older than I was, I feel like. And not just them, just like in general, my mom, her boyfriend, like if I were more like my brother, I was easier to handle, right? Because there was a 2-year difference there, and my brother was like, by the time my brother was easier to manage, I wasn't yet, and everyone kind of wished I was, and it was apparent. And and I wanted to please people and be more manageable. And I thought that being old or acting older would do that, but I ended up kind of missing out on some of my childhood because of that. I was always like, I remember when Power Rangers came out, all of my friends were like into it. They were talking about it at school, and I would just like go up to them and make fun of them. I'd be like, you guys are talking about Power Rangers? What are you, little kids? You know? And yeah, it wasn't long after that pretty much all of my friends shared that mentality that Power Rangers were for young people, because they didn't grow with us, they stayed the same age kind of thing, right? While everyone eventually left second grade and became third, fourth, fifth graders, where things like Doom and South Park were more popular all of a sudden. And that I could agree with, because it was in itself cynical and mature rated. So yeah, there was a lot of reinforcement from the world as well, I think, to be cynical and negative and you know, kind of brutish and mean, really. Metal was really cool and popular, and you know, it had this vibe of being mean, and for whatever reason, like I liked that. I thought that was a good way to be, and it's not. A good way to be is accepting of everybody and as positive as possible. And then if you do have a negative outlook, it actually helps to try to rephrase it into something more positive. And that's how I ended up getting rid of my depression. Was I realized that I had this negative like inner monologue, right? And I literally had to change my way of thinking. I had this, anything that happened, I would say, I hate this, in my head. That was something that I constantly would tell myself, I hate this. Why can't this be that way? Why can't it be that way? What happened to your avatar? I was changed into a demon fish. How you doing, psychedelic kitten? Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a decent day. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. We're making this this screened-in porch, and yeah, it's a party and a half. That chair is cool looking. Which one? This one? Thank you. I don't know what I'm gonna put on it, but this game is Frontrooms Normalities. Easy Perp says, yeah, I have to stop using that word hate. Words are power. Yeah, exactly, Easy Perp. Like, I used to say, whenever something was just not going my way, my inner monologue I would literally say in my own thoughts, I hate this, I wish it was this way. And now I say, I'm grateful that I get to experience this, regardless of how little I'm enjoying it. You know what I mean? Because, let's face it, that is like a thing, you know. Yeah, stupid phone. Right on. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We were just chatting about how I've changed. I used to be kind of a jerk, and then at one point I realized that I realized that I should like start changing myself. Lumby's changed me into a normal person now, a commander. Before, I don't know where my depression came from, but now it's from chronic illness and new diabetes, or new disabilities I got. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Jerkiness is never cool. Right. I was saying how some of it had stemmed off of cynic humor. I don't know why I read diabetes instead of disabilities. Sorry about that. I have dyslexia, so sometimes I just kind of misread shit, especially when there's a lot of letters. All of those I's and L's, like, it's just like, holy shit, what am I even reading here? But it's not your fault, it's the English language's fault. That is actually one I don't have, but I do have dyslexia. Okay, so you can relate on the dyslexic front. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's only mild dyslexia that I have, but it's definitely there. I was never tested, but once I saw, like, the open dyslexic font, yeah, I was like, holy shit, I can read, and then the letters aren't jumping around the page. And I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense now. I had trouble learning to read when I was a kid, and I think that's probably why. English is hard, but sometimes I find it funny when I do it. Yeah, no, I hear you. Sometimes it's funny when you misread or missay what you're thinking. Depending. I mean, sometimes it's probably not funny also. And then maybe it's only funny after the fact. I don't know. I think I also have dyscalculia. What's dyscalculia? Dyscalcula? Ah, so you can't calculate things? Because I am shit with math. Math dyslexia. Ah, okay. Yeah, if that's a thing, I have it too, probably. Yeah. That's interesting. I've never heard of this. Is this a real thing? Should I look it up? He probably spelled it wrong. Dyscalculia. No, I think he spelled it right, because it's popping right up. Dyscalculia is a specific learning disability that affects a person's ability to understand and learn math. It's often described as number dyslexia and can impact various math-related skills, including understanding quantities, performing calculations, and solving word problems. While it can affect anyone, it often becomes apparent in childhood when children begin learning formal math education. Interesting. Yeah. All these, it's funny because when I was a kid, all of these like neurodivergencies didn't really exist yet. They hadn't like discovered them or thought about it long enough, or they were just kind of like lumped together as, oh, you got ads, sorry about that. I should have been on top of that. Looks like we're back from the ad break. Or no, 20 seconds left. Never mind. It's close. Not. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that, Psychedelic Kitten. Did you look it up? I had ads. Yeah, I did look it up. Sorry, I'll read it up. I'll read it again. Dyscalculia is a specific learning disability that affects a person's ability to understand and learn math. It's often described as number dyslexia and can impact various math-related skills, including understanding quantities, performing calculations, and solving word problems. While it can affect anyone, it often becomes apparent in childhood when children begin formal math education. And yeah, I was saying that it's kind of strange to me because when I was young, a lot of these neurodivergencies like hadn't been discovered / invented, or they were all lumped in together as ADD basically. But yeah, and then they were just like prescribing like Ritalin back then, and yeah, it's kind of weird how much things have changed. But yeah, I mean, obviously there were more like neurodivergencies back then than we probably realize. You know, like you know, just random other shit. Oh my god, they put my kid on Ritalin and it made him so mean. I'm sorry to hear that. To be fair, dysgraphia and dyscalculia haven't had a lot of exposure till just recently, alongside a lot of other neurodivergencies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Lumbee, that like a lot of these things, they probably existed before, but they just like, you know, nowadays people talk about them, care about them. I don't know, for whatever reason, better or for worse. I think it's good to know about these types of things, so that way, like, because when I was in school, I had trouble learning because I feel like people only taught things one way, and they just assumed everyone to be good at learning the way that you're supposed to. But nowadays, I feel like teachers are kind of better equipped to deal with the varieties of different brains, and I think that's important for education. I think we should incorporate many varieties of learning into our education. He had to get off of it. Oh wow. Well, I hope everything's cool. They most certainly did. It's just you needed to be a psychology major to know about them. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of them changed names also, because that was a thing too, right? Like bipolar disorder became or what did they call it before? Now I'm screwing it up. It was called manic depression before it was bipolar, and now it's bipolar. Yeah. Nowadays, with a lot more neurodivergent representations and pride, for lack of a better term, the terms are getting more known among the people. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, when I was a kid, it was always kind of like, I don't know, either shown or even spoken that you should hide your differences, you know, and that especially mental differences, like people who were autistic, you know, were and sadly looked down upon by a lot of society because they weren't able to hide their autism. And then it kind of forced a lot of people who had autism, who didn't want to be lumped in with the part of society that was autistic in ways that they couldn't hide it, to start masking their autism. And I think if I am any bit autistic, then that would be something for me, because I definitely have like taught myself to act more like the rest of society just to get by, when like I know in my mind that I'm very different than pretty much everyone I encounter. And I always kind of felt like everyone was like that, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe there are a lot of people that are just kind of a lot like everyone else, and yeah, it's kind of weird. Psychedelic Kitten says, I am very neurodivergent, LOL, but mask a lot. Big Lumpy says, if people have a problem with me because of my gender or my neurodivergencies, then guess where they can go. Yeah, exactly. Psychedelic Kitten says, I'm very autistic, been learning to unmask a little. Yeah, so like I was, you know, being an older person, we just weren't taught about these things until there was like firsthand things, you know, like one of my good friends in grade school, his brother was very autistic, and he couldn't hang out after school because he had to take care of his older brother. And that to me was mind-blowing, because his older brother was the same age as my older brother, but he had to go to special needs schools and needed special attention and needed to be babysat by his younger brother. And babysat's not a good term for it, but needed to be cared for. And here I was, getting beat up by my older brother all the time. It's like, yeah, it was kind of a trip for me. And then I also had a friend in school who I wasn't really friends with, but my mom was, for whatever reason, forced me to become friends with this kid who was quite autistic. And it scared me, like, because he was so different and I didn't understand why. But it didn't scare me enough to, like, oh, I don't want to hang out with that kid. It was like, okay, we'll hang out. And then I would have to, like, be like, hey, go to his parents and be like, hey, he's chewing on the Nintendo controllers. And they were like, oh, yeah, we let him do that. That's fine. I was like, but he's chewing on the Nintendo controllers. Yeah, so... there was that for sure. If I would have gotten in trouble for chewing on my Nintendo controllers. I mean, I chewed on my GameCube joystick when I was a kid. LMAO. Yeah, so I mean, that's like a thing, like people with autism chew on things. Yeah, there's like an urge to chew on like cords and stuff that I've definitely had before. I've chewed on like my drawstrings for my sweatshirts and stuff like that. Psychedelic Kitten says I didn't chew on things. Yeah, I think it's just like a personal thing, you know what I mean? Some people, like, I think it's like a stress reliever thing. For me, I always would bound my leg. I remember the first, bounce my leg right on the floor. I still do it. And that's like an ADHD trait as well. But yeah. You bounce your leg too? I remember the first time I started bouncing my leg, I was in bed and I couldn't sleep, and I was in like 2nd grade, 3rd grade, or at least the first time that I like recognized it. And I was like, I need to be more tired, and I'm not tired, and I need to go to bed. And that's like an ADHD thing too, to like not be tired when you're supposed to be. And my leg just started bouncing, and I was like, oh, I need to stop that. That's weird. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just let it do its thing. Maybe that will make me more tired. And I had like some comfort in that, and it like eventually led me to falling asleep that night. And ever since then, I still think about that, but like it happens, you know. I either just let it go, or I try to like reposition my body so it doesn't do that anymore. But like it definitely got me diagnosed with ADHD later in life. Being autistic, sometimes you need that sensory quota met, or else you feel like shit. Sometimes you need to fiddle with something in your fingers, or chew on something, or bounce your leg, or pace, or have vocal stems, like Bert and Gosh. I don't know Bert and Gosh. I mean, I've said Gosh before, but I don't know Bert. I can't really control the bouncy leg. One thing I would say is like position your sitting position, because usually happens when you're sitting. Position your sitting position so you have better posture, and keep your feet flat on the ground, and then it's less likely to happen. Then again, it can still happen if you're not like actively stopping it. But yeah, if you're really trying to prevent it, that's what I do, like job interviews and stuff like that. Because if you do that during a job interview, it makes you look nervous, like you're hiding something, you know what I mean? Or like, you know, God forbid the police or pull you over or something like that. You don't want to be like shaking in the car, you know what I mean? You don't know exactly why, you just need to do it. Yeah, no, I hear that. and I pace, and so does your son does vocal drums. Ah, interesting. Bert and Gosh are my stems. Interesting. Never thought of that. Yeah, I don't remember where it came to me, but somewhere I read that like changing your sitting position can help your leg from bouncing. I think it was like an interview thing. I think I was learning about getting interviews. Because that's a thing. Having your posture is your body language. It is a language, and people read it. People have expectations based on your body language, and it's kind of messed up. But it's kind of like if you were to like go into a room swearing or something like that, that's going to change people's expectations of you. Same way if you go in shaking, you know, acting nervous, or what they perceive as nervousness. Of course, it's going to depend on who's giving the interview too, you know. But yeah, if you're like me and you kind of like position your legs all funny and stuff, like sometimes I'll have it so I'm like sitting and my legs go underneath my chair and like just my toes are touching the ground. And that's not good, because that puts this like pivotal position where my foot just wants to like waggle or bounce, and it kind of feels nice to do because it's like stimulating, but at the same time it's like it'll change how I speak, like I'm doing it right now, and maybe you can tell, but like, you know, my voice is wavering just a little bit, you know, and you know, I don't know. Gotta go to bed. Hope you have an awesome stream. Thank you, Psychedelic Kitten, for that, and I hope you have a awesome sleep. Thank you for dropping in and being part of the stream. And I'm still thinking about what to do with this. We could put something on the couch, put something there, and put something in the middle again, but that's kind of what we did on the other one. Of course, we could put a hole in the ceiling again. What if we did like a wind chime? People like wind chimes, right? Sometimes. So we'd do like a wind chime. And then, I don't know, maybe make it out of bones. Put a Dell laptop in there, in the front room. Well, like it's out for recycling the next day. I had a Dell laptop once. It wasn't bad. I kind of liked it. Eventually, a cat knocked it off of a table, and it started making this sound, and it got really slow. It just all of a sudden started acting slow, and it was like, and I was like, you know, maybe I should put all of my stuff on a new computer. And then I gave it to my dad. I told him, I was like, it makes a weird sound and it's not as fast as it used to be, but it might work for something, I don't know. So, okay. What if it has like a triangular top to it? But yeah, that laptop got me through college for sure. Actually, no, I had two different laptops in college. I don't know what happened to the first one. One time I spilled a beer in one of them. Oh, it broke the cooling. What did? Oh, the sound. I don't think it even had cooling, to be honest. I think it just had a fan. But I think it was the hard drive that was making that sound. It sounded like the hard drive. That's still cooling. The fan is, yeah. No, but yeah, when I hear cooling, I think liquid cooling. But yeah, no. I'm pretty sure it was the hard drive. I think the arm was just like a little bit bent or something from the fall. Well, thanks for checking in, Tanker. I appreciate that. What's funny is it wasn't even a hard fall. It was like a coffee table fall. And yeah. But you can't blame the laptop or the cat. It was my fault. I had it on the edge of the coffee table, so that way the fan would be off the edge, right? Because it had like one of those fans underneath. Darn it, not first today. No, I'll blame everything. No, you can't blame the cat. It was my own fault for putting it on the edge of the table and then leaving it there overnight. Like, I did it all the time, but normally I wouldn't leave it that way overnight. Like, I would work with it hanging over the edge of the table, so that way the fan would be, you know, have more airflow. You and the cat should go to Dell Court for Dell crimes. You don't need to put joking after that one. I got that one. We'll call this normal 1. And then we'll say wind chime in front just so we know. Alright, so we can make a abnormal wind chime. We'll just make them bones. There's this Blind Melon song that I really like called Skinned. And it's about Ed Gein. And the lyrics are pretty good. I should look them up because I don't remember them, but I know they're good. I don't know if anyone listens to Blind Melon, but they should because Blind Melon is really good. Well, they were, rather. They don't really make music anymore. Blind Melon Skinned lyrics. Here's the lyrics. I'll make a shoehorn out of your shin. I'll make a lampshade of durable skin. And oh, don't you know that I'm always feeling able when I'm sitting home and carving out your navel. I'm just sitting here carving out your navel. When will I realize that this skin I'm in, hey, it isn't mine? When will the kill be too much meat for me to hide? Hey, I could really use a couple of hands to complete one hell of a plant stand. Oh, and don't you know that I'm caught here in the middle making rib cages into coffee tables. I'm just making them into coffee tables. And then it does the chorus again. And then, because you know I can't hide, but oh how hard I try, but this is just the shape I'm in. Although I know I can't hide, but oh how hard I try, this is just the shape I'm in. And then it goes do 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 do. I think it's a, oh, we got the whistle. It was a kazoo solo, I think, at the end. But yeah, I like those lyrics. There was this really good Ed Gein documentary, actually. Talk about someone who had some issues. This person dug up his mother's grave and then wore her skin and made like knickknacks out of bones. Because after that, after he got away with that, he just kept going to the same graveyard and digging up other people's bones and making knickknacks out of them until eventually he got caught. That's creepy. That's beyond creepy. But the movie was actually pretty decent. It did a pretty decent job of explaining the plight of this madman. But yeah, his mom was taking care of him. He had like severe issues, and his mom was kind of taking care of him. And when she died, There was no one there to make sure he didn't act like a freaking weirdo, and that's what happened. There was a Mudvayne song about Ed Gein as well. It had different lyrics though. Are you guys fighting over who got first? I'll catch it next time. Will you? Try me. So I've got an old person hat on. I used to wear one of those hats. It's funny too, because I had dreadlocks and I would hide them underneath this little hat like that, but they were baby dreadlocks. And one time I was at this festival and this girl came up to me like really excited and just started like rubbing her hands through my hair and was like, baby dreads. And I'll never forget that. Oh man, that was the worst thing about having dreadlocks, is that people would just like come up to you with their greasy dirty hands and just start touching your hair like it was like normal and okay, like you have dreads, this is what you get, we're gonna touch your hair. Are you guys fighting over what I am? Oh jeez. The shortcuts are causing issues. Because it does a shift. You see that? Maybe I should have just made it alt instead of alt shift. You guys are making it impossible to draw, by the way. It's my fault for not realizing that would be an issue. I don't know if they don't look bony enough. Maybe we need to like do the old regular bone. Do I need to put a cooldown on that, guys? Do we need to put a cooldown on that? Do you guys need to be in timeout? Yes. Ari Boops with the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Ari. How you doing, Ari? Last playing Guild Wars 2. I was lurking. Yeah, I couldn't tell what was going on, if I'm gonna be completely honest. I couldn't tell what was going on in your stream. But thank you so much for the lurk. I hope everyone is having a great day. Ari, tell me about what was going on in that stream. It looked like a cuddle puddle. That's what it looked like. Did I witness a cuddle puddle in Guild Wars 2? It was explosions, violence, and lots of shouting in my ear that you couldn't hear. Oh wow, wow. Well, I'm glad you survived, if you survived. We're making a game for Game Boy. And Raiders, if you don't know me, I am Rick. I make games, recently Game Boy games. You died a lot, but also we kicked ass. Well, that's good. That's good. I really don't know much about Guild Wars. I know it's like an MMORPG, and other than that, that's pretty much all I know. Yeah, everyone should check out Ari if they haven't yet. I appreciate that shout out. I think it automatically shouts them out, but yeah, 2 shout outs is better than 1. So nice it had to be done thrice. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's a ton of PvE stuff, but I usually stream PvP, world versus world. Ah, okay. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, I've never actually played any MMORPGs except for Final Fantasy 11, and I only got to like level like 9 or so. I don't even know. I didn't get very far. I didn't have any buddies to play with. My brother still plays Final Fantasy 11, believe it or not. Alright, the Nuzlocke begins. I don't know what that is. Oh, the Nuzleaf. There's a Nuzleaf, and oh, you caught the Nuzleaf. Nice. Nice, lol. I thought they shut FF11 down. I believe it's still going, and then I think that there's like a plan to like either they already did this or they're planning to host it on private servers if it gets shut down, or maybe both. Maybe they already started the private servers to like future-proof it. I can't really remember. My brother could tell you all about it. Nuzlocke is a Pokemon challenge where if a Pokemon faints, you can't use it anymore as it dies. I see. And you can only use the first Pokemon caught in a specific area. There's so many rules to that. I would have never guessed that. Yeah, so we want to make this wind chime into bones, and we want to make sure that they look bony enough. But I feel like they need more color. We're making a horror-themed anomaly game. It's actually a reverse anomaly game, where...
Oh, I like money. Yeah.
Tanker likes money. Oh, you gotta run? You gotta go rescue a friend locked in political reacts right now, but I'll be back. Oh yeah, no, I was actually hanging out in that stream. I think was that Neg Ghost. I was hanging out in there for a bit, and there's a lot of political stuff going on. But yeah, have a great lurk or whatever you're doing. And if you come back, I appreciate that. He's very mad. Oh, I didn't get that far into it. I was just like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. I was like, I need to work on stuff. Yeah, see you soon. Well, thank you so much for dropping in, Ari. Thank you for all the peeps, and I very much appreciate the raid. You're very cool for doing that. You're cool anyways, but now you're even cooler. But yeah, we're making Frontrooms Normalities. So it's a reverse backrooms, reverse anomaly game. Frontrooms Normalities. It's a bit of a joke, but that's what we're doing. Making a joke into a reality here. So normally there's gonna be bones, but there's a chance it might be a regular wind chime, and you need to like catch that and be like, oh shit, that's a regular wind chime, not bones. And then you report the normalities in this game. Oh, why is this being weird? Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna do next, but we've got the bone chime, abnormal 1. Hey, Cyphix Aethermine, welcome in. Will everything be governed by random chance, or are there going to be presets? It's all going to be RNG, but there's like a few catches, right? Right now, there's only 2 catches, so if it's the same as it was last time, then it's going to be different. Unless it's like the exact same 5 times in a row or something like that, and then it's just, then you're going to be really lucky, I guess, or unlucky, or whatever that is. And then there's another catch that if it hasn't been with no normalities after 5 times right now, then it switches back to having no normalities, because there's like 24 different normalities, so there's less of a chance. Every time I add a normality, there's less of a chance of 0 coming up in the RNG. So every time 0 comes up, the answer is no. Every time that another number comes up, the answer is yes. So as you could imagine, the answer is yes a lot more often. So I created the other variable to prevent that from happening too often. So that way, depending on how many we decide, I think right now it's set to 10. You get 10 days, but I might change it to 15 or 20 as we add more normalities, and then have it so like every 3 or 4 it sets to 0 if it hasn't been 0. So yeah. So it's RNG, but it's fudged. If that answers your question. But yeah, we're coming up with normalities here at this point here in time. And how did your stream go, Cyphex? I'm sorry I missed it. I meant to watch it, and then it just didn't happen. I was kind of behind on my stuff today. I didn't start my stream until later, and then yeah, I think I was either making food or eating food when you must have streamed, and it just totally got by me. Sorry about that. It would be interesting if you set 1 in 10 chance for repeats, because people would be biased against repeats. So there's, like I said, there is a prevention method for repeats, right? Because, and when you say biased against repeats, I think you mean that people wouldn't enjoy repeats. Yeah, so since repeats are kind of lame, there is a prevention method, but because it's Game Boy, like, it's really difficult to code it so it's ultimately preventative. I would have to come up with a variable for each individual anomaly rather than using a variable to cover all of the anomalies like I am. And I could do that, but right now I don't know how many anomalies there are yet, so that would be something that I do after the fact. But right now, I have a method to prevent repeats unless the random is exactly the same, like 5 times in a row, which is extremely unlikely. It's like, right now it's 0 to 24, so that's like a 1 in 24 chance times 5. You'd have to get the 1 in 24 chance 5 times in a row for it to be that. But yeah, there's also a random seed generator that I haven't put into the game yet that I will be doing eventually. So that way it makes it even more random. So that way it's not the same every time you load up the game, kind of thing. No worries. If when it went fairly well, there was some scuff. Oh, the stream. No worries. It went fairly well. There was some scuff. I got you. I meant they would not expect repeats. 1 out of 20-ish. Well, 1 out of 120-ish. Yeah, so the repeats aren't good, right? Because you already figured it out, and then it's the exact same. And that's something that I see in Indy's stream, where he's like, "Oh, well, that's easy. That hardly counts." I forgot to put a title till like an hour in. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that happens. What I do is I forget to title mine, and then it'll just be the same title for like a week. But usually I'm doing the same thing, so that doesn't make much of a difference. And then another thing I forget is the the notification. I'll forget to change the notification. Like, it said the same thing for like 3 days this week. But yeah, those things happen. You just gotta learn to roll with it, and you know, you live and you learn, right? And everyone goes through it, so it's nothing to be ashamed of or anything like that. People are generally pretty forgiving on Twitch, and if they aren't, then you can always, you know, get rid of them. That's the nice part about Twitch. You're not forced to have anyone in your channel. You can always just kick them out, ban them, time them out, whatever. Tell them that you got a warning, don't do that again, or whatever, you know. But usually people are pretty forgiving of such things. No one's gonna get mad at you. You know, no one's gonna be like, oh, well, I'm never coming to this stream again. There wasn't a title, you know. But yeah, I feel that, because when you're like, especially when you're starting out, you want to look like you know what you're doing, but that's impossible if you have just started. So just gotta take it in stride, you know, learn from mistakes, and just keep on. Man, you should see my first streams were so bad. Also, no tags. Tags are helpful because, like, for me, like, I search pixel art and GB Studio, and I barely ever find anyone that's doing GB Studio and pixel art stuff. So yeah, I try to use those tags. What do I got? PNG tuber, coworker, chiptune, Asprite, game dev, English. The basics, you know. Yeah, fortunately all chatters were from Kixie's side of the internet, so everyone was nice. Oh, that's fantastic. That's cool. And I think Lumbee was there too. Well, I guess Lumbee is from Kixie's side too now. we kind of been sharing our communities a bit, so that's really cool. I'm really grateful of that, actually. Because, man, when I first started streaming, I didn't know nobody. Oh, my ads are starting, so let me pause that. I didn't know anybody, and I made friends, don't get me wrong. Some of them I still have. Easy Perp is still hanging out. I think he's in there today. He's been hanging out for a long time. Electric Mindset is streaming right now, but they've been hanging out for years. And I was always like off and on. I did it every day for a month or something like that to initially get my affiliate. And then after that, I just kind of did it whenever I felt like it. And I still kind of do. I just do it a lot more often now. Like, I should have a schedule, but I don't know. Every time I think about like a schedule, I'm just like, well, then I can't put off the stream. Then I can't like do something else instead. Then I can't, you know, I guess I could, but I have to like tell people like, hey, no stream today. I don't know. It's just a lot easier for me to like not have a schedule. Maybe something's coming out from underneath the chair. I don't know. We already did a tentacle. We already did blood. We've done murder weapons. We've done bones twice now. Tanker's back. Welcome back, Tanker. I guess the couch should be ripped up because it was ripped up on the other one. So I feel like this one should always be ripped up. Maybe. I don't know, that's a little weird because on this image there's like 1, 2, and then there's 2 and 3, right? Unless there's 4 seats on the couch, but that doesn't happen very often. You forgot about the timers for the redeems. I didn't think I'd need them, Tanker. I didn't think everyone would be fighting over what I look like. And honestly, I thought it would be funny. But then I didn't realize that like holding down shift while I draw would be like an issue. Because the hotkey uses shift and alt. And I use shift to draw. You know, if I want to make a line, I hold shift down. And then alt uses the thing, and if I hold alt and shift, yeah. So maybe I come up with a different hotkey for that Asprite doesn't use. Maybe I don't know. Fair enough. Yeah, Indy does the same thing with the schedule where you just see him streaming. Oh yeah, I think Indy streams Wednesdays typically and Saturdays typically, but yeah, sometimes he's like, I may stream on Sunday, I may stream on Thursday. and then like work kind of does it for him, schedules it for him. Anomaly suggestion: have a hand reaching out from under the couch. So I'm thinking the same thing, Cyfix, except hands are extremely hard to draw in this situation. So we'll give it a shot, right? Because I was thinking that too, and then I was like, yo, maybe a foot would be easier. Because a hand, they've got, like, you know, like, it's either got to be like really big, or the fingers are going to get lost, right? And it just seems really big, and it already doesn't look good. So let's do a foot. I think a foot might be a better option. So if we kind of like... I don't know, it doesn't really look like a foot either. Because the toes, man, the toes. Maybe a hand is a better option. Maybe we just make it really big. What if it's like a demon hand? That thumb looks terrible. Yeah, pixel art can be challenging when you're trying to get like a likeness. You almost have to like hope people can use their imagination. And a lot of times people won't, so there's that. Maybe this is the thumb and this is the pinky. Oh. Oh, we got ads. Thanks for checking in.
I do not mean to pry, but you don't by any chance happen to have 6 fingers on your right hand?
That worked pretty well. Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that. That was topical. Yeah, that was actually pretty good. Nice work with that one. I have done a little pixel art trying to make Minecraft textures. Oh, interesting. Shadow Demon, yeah. I'm not sure if this is working, to be honest. This looks like a glove. A big glove. I don't know. It doesn't look very demon-esque either. But, I don't know. It almost looks like a hand. Unless maybe all the fingers are longer. Oh, I don't know. It looks decent as far as hands go. Yeah, hands can be tough. I don't know. Maybe if we put it underneath the couch some more. We could do like some scratch lines. Alright, I think that works. Although, I don't know, maybe it would be better with more colors. Nah, they just get lost. I think we're kind of stuck with those colors. Yeah, we got the hand. We should finish the couch having the terror. Can you use reds? No, unfortunately we've only got these 4 colors to work with. The white, the mid-tones, and that blackish color. It's not actually white. It's a little bit green. And that's not actually black, it's a little bit blue. But yeah, these colors are specific to GB Studio. It's what it uses to make the Game Boy game. So we could use color if we were doing Game Boy Color, and I might do that later, but I'm gonna start with this to make it easier. Doing Game Boy Color games is tough. I learned that with Pyrotoad. It's like a whole nother pain in the ass, because you can only have 8 palettes, and each of these tiles can only have 4 colors within it of those 8 palettes, and you can't like mix and match palettes, so each tile gets a palette, and it's very tough. It's like a puzzle in itself. Yeah, I did a cutscene for Pyrotoad recently, and it was a huge pain in the neck. I ended up using some software to help me like convert it, because I couldn't figure out the puzzle on my own, and it ended up looking okay, but not perfect, because yeah, it's just tough.
Fuck you. I can live my own life in my own way if I want to.
That's a good one. That was from The Meaning of Life. At the end of the film, they're like, well, I guess it's not the end of the film. Towards the end of the film, there's like this French waiter outside the restaurant, and he's like, you want to know the meaning of life? I'll show you. Follow me. And then it's like, follow me. Come close. Follow me. And he just keeps going throughout the city. Follow me. Follow me. And then they're like in the woods, and he's like, follow me. Follow me. Follow me. You've only seen Holy Grail and Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, the Spanish Inquisition was from the Flying Circus, the skit show that they did on. It was on like PBS when I was a kid. I had the Spanish Inquisition on here, but every time I did it, it got muted because of a record they put out that had that on there. So I ended up taking that one off, unfortunately. But yeah, so eventually he's like, follow me, and they end up in the woods, and he's still like, follow me, and then they go to this little house. He's like, see that house? That's where I was born. And then he just he gets really defensive without the cameraman saying anything, and then the culmination is, fuck you, I can live my own life. I thought that was great. That whole movie was good. Like the Meaning of Life was really good. The Life of Brian was good too, but I think I like the Meaning of Life better. And then Eric the Viking was really different. It was okay. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't the same. I'm surprised they aren't copyrighted. They are, for sure. It's copyrighted, absolutely. But because the Flying Circus was put out on a record, it gets muted because of that. But the movies, I'm not saying it's legal to clip the movies, because technically it's not, but no one's muting them because it's a movie rather than like a song, right? But because Monty Python had put out a record, like a comedy record, then those quote songs on the record are copywritten in a way that mutes them. It's a weird thing. It's a very weird thing. Obviously, if the Monty Python Corporation DMCA'd me, I would remove them. I don't own the rights to any of that shit. Hell no. But I don't see that happening. I'm not a big enough streamer for where that thing's gonna really matter. Also, for some things there could be a fair use argument. Probably not for something like this, because it's not like I'm making a public commentary on it. Well, I guess I kind of did, but I was just saying that I like it, which isn't really a public commentary. But if you look at YouTube videos on films, they get away with a lot of stuff under the guise of fair use. But yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not claiming to own any of this stuff. And if someone told me to take it down, I'd readily take it down. If Twitch decided to pull my monetization, then I would be okay with that, and then I would take it down and hopefully get the monetization back. But yeah, that's just the way that goes. Never heard of Eric the Viking. Yeah, Eric the Viking's a thing for sure. I basically watched John Wick through shorts accidentally. It's pretty much. You can they get away with a lot of things on YouTube, and because it's films, they don't get it's not a copyright strike, but a claim. And maybe they would get a claim, but again, a claim isn't the same as a strike, so yeah, it's a weird thing. But yeah, it was getting muted, so I was getting a claim and it was getting muted, so I was like, whatever. But it's funny, the idea of coming up with that redeem actually came from the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah. Because no one ever suspects the Spanish Inquisition. Or no one suspects. I figured Twitch would be more strict than YouTube. Actually, no. People, and I'm not saying this is right, and not something that I would do, but people stream entire movies on Twitch, and they get away with it. Like big streamers too. Not just like small people like me, but big people. And they probably delete their VODs or whatever, but it still occurs. It's still something that happens. YouTube is much more strict about monetization, and there's a lot more people on there making claims. A lot more copyright actual strikes too that happen. And I don't know how Twitch deals with copyright strikes, but I know there's a thing and that I haven't gotten any. But on YouTube, I haven't gotten any either, but I know that if you get like 3, then you're like banned. So like it's a little bit more of a big deal, especially if you like make money. Oh, I know people sing copyright stuff but delete the VODs. Yeah, if you sing too closely to the entire song, that can be an issue. Like I actually read the lyrics of a song earlier today, and some of it I started to sing it, and I don't think that's going to be an issue, mostly because I have background music. Because I've got my own background music, the algorithms that decide whether it's that song or not get thrown off, and yeah, but then again, I don't know, maybe we'll see. Alright, so we got the chair, and we've got the hand and the bones. I still feel like this chair should have something on it. And we did a skull already, so that would be kind of lame to do another skull.
$4, oh, go fart yourself.
Go fart yourself, yeah, that's a good one. Meatwad's great. There's my public commentary. Meatwad's great. And the magic whistle. Magic whistle is cool because they used it so many different times. They used it in Super Mario 3, The Legend of Zelda 1, Ocarina of Time, and in Wind Waker. So there's actually 4 different whistles, samples, and they're all from different games. But no image. I wanted to make a little picture of Zelda holding the whistle, but I never got around to it. Cool, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Yeah, that's the one from Mario, I believe. And I think that one was from Zelda. I don't know. Maybe that was from Mario and the other was from Zelda. I'm lost now.
Mad? Or did the word think escape your lips?
It's funny because I did say think.
You're mine!
And then the video game samples are interesting because it's like a video game streaming platform, right? So if you play video game music, you'd think you'd be okay. But on the other hand, some of those video game soundtracks have been copywritten, claimed in a way that the copyright will get you muted. So it's a really weird thing. You could literally be playing a game and they mute the audio because
Whoa, man, I'm toasted.
because someone had already claimed it. So yeah, I have Final Fantasy II music on here, and I've been systematically removing them because they get copyright claims on YouTube. Not on Twitch, but on YouTube. Yeah. So on this chair, what if we did like a slime? Slimes are fun. Tanker, do you know what liquid television is? Liquid television is like an old MTV cartoon show, and that's where Aeon Flux and Beavis and Butthead actually got their start. And I believe it's all on archive.org on the internet archive there. I suspect you know about Pac-Man. Yeah, someone copyright claimed one of the Pokemon City musics to claim revenue. Yeah, that stuff happens all the time on YouTube, and it's really kind of scummy because they claim music, they claim things they don't own, just to try to pick up on revenue or prevent other people from getting the revenue or try to steal that revenue. This is looking more like a ball than a slime. I think it's too I don't know. Maybe it needs to, it looks like an egg now. I think if we give it an eye, that will help.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, I love that movie. You ever seen that one, Cyphex? I know Galaga and Pac-Man, other games and stuff. Yeah, Namco games, those are dope. You ever seen that movie, The Princess Bride, Cyphex? It's an older film, but it checks out for sure. It's like really campy, but at the same time, it's the best type of campy. Yeah, it was really good. I've been watching some shorts of it recently. Dude, I love that one. It's one of my childhood favorites. Like, we had it on a Betamax tape when I was a kid. And yeah, I watched the crap out of it then, and I've watched it a lot since. Like, quite a lot. Tanker says, I also know movies as well. Movies are good to know. Cyphic says, it was like if Stanley wrote something and a high school drama club filmed it. Stanley, like the Stanley Parable Stanley? I just wish it was longer. Yeah, I mean, it had a good like story to it though, you know, like they did a lot within that time frame, and it was pieced together nicely, I felt. But yeah, something like that would make a good series or something like that. It's just that no one would be able to do it well now. Although I bet that guy would be down. I can't remember his name. What the heck is that guy's name? It's a hard to pronounce name too. Carrie Elwes. Elwes? E-L-W-E-S. Carrie Elwes. Elwes. How do you fucking pronounce that name? Well, gotta go to bed because I have therapy at 12 in the morning. 12 p.m. Yeah, well, I hope your therapy goes well, and I hope you get lots of sleep, and take care, Tanker. Yeah, the legendary writer who I think was named Stanley, basically whoever wrote it was on the level of Tolkien or George R.R. Martin. You too, thank you, I appreciate that. So, Princess Bride was written by William Goldman. The book was. Which I did not know. He also wrote the screenplay. Or no, he wrote a screenplay, but it was more than a decade before the film came out. So I don't know if that screenplay was used then or not. Oh, he's from Illinois. Highland Park. Interesting. He worked on a play called Blood, Sweat, and Stanley Pool, which is interesting because you were just talking about Stanley. I didn't know there was a book. Yeah, it was based off of a book. A 1973 comedy fantasy novel. So we've got a slime. Let's see what it looks like without the grid. I think that looks pretty good. I feel like the ceiling needs something though. Maybe not. Maybe if the ceiling has something in it, like, or maybe we just draw on the background like some cracks in the ceiling, so that way it's like not super normal looking. I don't know. Because if a abnormality doesn't go away, then like that's okay, because we're looking for normalities. So maybe there's like some water damage or something, right? Call me Kixie with the toasty. Welcome in. Egg of eye. Yeah, there you go. It does look a little bit like an egg, but it's got the slime reflection things going on, so I think we'll be okay on that. Welcome in, Kixie. Everyone who hasn't checked out Kixie should. She's super cool. She plays games on Saturdays. How you doing tonight, Kixie? We were just chatting about The Princess Bride. What did I do? Disable snap to grid. Thank you for the shout out. I'm well, thank you. Good, glad to hear it. Yeah, apparently it was written by, what did we say, William Goldman? William Goldman, who was born in 1931, lived to 2018, was an American novelist, playwright, and screenwriter. First came to prominence during the 1950s as a novelist before turning to screenwriting. Goldman won 2 Academy Awards in both writing categories. First for Best Original Screenplay for Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and then Best Adapted Screenplay for All the President's Men. His other well-known works include the thriller novel Marathon Man from 1974 and his cult classic comedy fantasy novel The Princess Bride in 1973, both of which he adapted for film versions. I kind of want to read it now, The Princess Bride, that is. Oh, there's a Eldegoss in chat. I didn't know what that is. But we're gonna catch it. We're gonna try. Catch it or die trying. It would be an interesting read. Yeah, I'm reading 2 things right now. I'm reading JoJo's Part 8 because Kixie told me I had to read it, and I'm at like chapter 25 in that, or like book 25 in that, or I don't know. I guess they're chapters. I don't know what they call them. Number 25. And then and then I'm reading a Philip K. Dick anthology, which is interesting. And I'm just chipping away at that one. I think, was it, which one? The Bone Chime should have, I think that should be like that. How did you like part 7 now that you finished it? Wait. Which one's part? I think no, I'm still reading part 7, right? Or am I reading part 8? No, I'm reading part 7. I'm so confused. Part 6 was with Jolene, right? I think I'm reading 7. I'm reading Steel Ball Run still. I have not finished it. I'm only at 25. I said part 8. Yeah, sorry, I screwed that up. I haven't gotten to part 8 yet. I screwed it up. Part 7. I'm sorry. I do plan on getting to part 8 eventually, but yeah, I need to set more time aside for reading. And then Cyphix says, I would also like to read Song of Ice and Fire. I haven't read any of those. I honestly haven't seen the show either. I saw one episode because someone was like, you gotta see this episode, it's so good. And they just played it to me and I was like, oh, that was a lot of blood. And I need to get back to reading on war. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a book? Or history in general. We have an ad coming up. Sorry about that. I used all my snoozes. But I am enjoying part 7, Kixie. I'm at the part where they kill the guy with the hooks, right? He's got the hooks that come out of his mouth. They just killed that guy, and then all of a sudden Sandman and Dio are like running, and they're like caught up finally. It's a book on military theory. Oh, interesting. So I think this room is mostly done. Maybe we could do like some blood on. We should do more things that like don't go away, right? I think that might be a good thing to do. So maybe like some cracks here. And here. Like someone came around kicking it. And then maybe we ruin the screen a bit. I kind of feel like there should be something in the background also. So maybe we make a new layer here and we just kind of doodle some trees or something. But yeah, the trees were on fire, so maybe that's not something we should do. I don't know. Whatever it is, it shouldn't be normal. Maybe we just draw a straight up fire outside. There's just fire. Oh, that's not gonna work. Welcome back from the ad break. Cyphix said, it's a book on military theory. It was written by a Prussian officer who fought in the Napoleon Wars. Interesting. I play this game that you might enjoy called Hold Fast, Nations at War. It's a historical based third person and first person arena shooter with many players, right? So there's like 50 people on each side, about, I think. You know, I think there's like 150 people total. So was that 75 each or something like that? Yeah, 60 to 75 people on each side, and they just duke it out with muskets and like old artillery. I'm looking it up. Yeah, I think it's called Hold Fast Nations at War. It goes on sale from time to time. Let's see if we can get Steam up. I will say that the community on there can be toxic at times, and I wouldn't recommend streaming it because of that. If you're gonna have the mic on, if you're gonna stream it, I would say mute the mic, because it's you get a lot of weird people in there. A lot of the same people that like historical stuff and like war are like really political in the wrong ways, and they can be rude. You get a lot of slurs and stuff. There's like Nazis that hang out in there, and it's really messed up. I'm surprised that the devs don't do something more to prevent that, to be honest, but at the same time you can just mute them and it's a fun game to play. Sometimes you see screen names that are like, what the hell are these people doing? But yeah, it's not a bad game. Kixie's like, what the hell? Yeah, no, it's a cool game, but there are some bad people in there, and it's unfortunate. Luckily, there's the opposite too. There's like opposing tribes in there. It's probably pretty loud, isn't it? It seems loud. It's like super loud. Why is it so loud? Sorry, it's so loud. But yeah, there's like opposing tribes, so you get both extremes in here. Let's just put it that way. But it's fun. It's a good game. It's like a bunch of reenactments of actual battles, and with the actual countries fighting each other with the actual guns and stuff that they had, cannons and muskets. There's naval battles. It's all Napoleonic, which is interesting. There is a World War I free DLC, but no one really plays it anymore. Sounds a lot like real life. Yeah, there's a lot of culture clash going on in real life, just like in the game. Yeah. But yeah, as you can see, very positive reviews, 109 recent ones because of the recent DLC. It came out in 2020, so it's 5 years old already, but they're still updating it. 22,000 overall reviews, that's a lot. So for it to hold very positive, 89% of the reviews are positive. That's hard to do. But it's a decent game. Like, as far as the game goes, I really like it. The community is hit or miss, it really is. But yeah, you don't need your mic on for that game. That's what I like about it. Because honestly, I'll like, every once in a while I'll turn it on, and I'll usually regret it. I'll be like, oh, so that's what people are talking about. But one time someone walked up to me and like just started a conversation with me, and I didn't have my mic ready because I was like so used to not using it, and I felt bad because they ended up just walking away from me because I didn't respond quick enough. And they seemed like a nice person. They were just like, hey, how you doing? And I was like, can't talk because I don't have my mic, damn it. And then they're just like, oh, see you later. But it's funny, you can be Kixie, you might find this interesting. You can be a healer, and you can be a musician, right? You can play the drums, or like there's different instruments that you can play, and if you're playing the instruments near the battle, you get points, and it also gives them points for shooting people. Like if you get a kill and you're next to an instrumentalist, it helps both the instrumentalist and the person getting the kill. It's really an interesting concept. Online can be a well placed. Yeah. I don't think I would stream any multiplayer shooters since they tend to attract on people for some reason. Yeah, and I don't think you would get a whole lot of like stream sniping on this game because it's not really that type of game. It's like a really big battle. So, and it's usually just like two fronts like going at it with each other. There's so much chaos in the game that it would be hard to stream snipe someone, is what I'm getting at. It's not like I don't even know what games would be. Was like DayZ, I think people were stream sniping on. It's not like that where like you have to hide and oh, they found my hiding spot. How did they find me? Oh, someone must have been watching the stream. Like it's not like that. It's just like go out there into the front lines and then you either live or you die after you kill a couple people, maybe if you're lucky. And yeah, I think that looks like fire. But yeah, I had a lot of fun playing it with friends. We get 2 or 3 people, and some would be better than others, you know. And my one friend who's a history teacher told me about that game. And there's a bit of meme culture behind it too. I don't think I will ever be big enough to worry about stream sniping. Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, not on you, but I mean on just in general. Like stream sniping is one of those things that's like you gotta be, you know, one of those like top people want to see you fail kind of thing. And I don't think you have to worry about that, is what I'm saying. Not anything on you, but just on the world in general. I mean, unless that's what you're going for. I know some people are like, I'm gonna stream Fortnite and get really good at it, make lots of money, and I don't know. Just always seemed a little ridiculous to me to do that. But I don't know. I'm a game dev, so I mean, I do play some games, but I never wanted to be a pro gamer. Just a pro dev. I'm very concerned about the structural integrity of the room. Yeah, for real. It's a very dilapidated screened-in porch. So the idea of this game is that you're like a ghost insurance agent kind of thing. You're making sure that this house is fully haunted. And if it's not haunted enough, something's out of place, something's not haunted, you need to report that normality. You work for Haunt Assure, and you have to assure hauntedness, maximum hauntedness. Yeah, you need a big following. Yeah, I could see that being an issue if you had like, you know, hundreds of people on at a time, or like, you know, thousands, right? I'm streaming mostly to have space to be silly for grad school, and so no matter what happens, I can't regret not trying content creation. Right on. Yeah, I mean, everyone does it for different reasons. My one friend was telling me, because he's a teacher, right? He was telling me that his colleague quit teaching because their content creation career was doing so well. That they were making more money off content creation than teaching, so they just stopped teaching. I guess they have an English. They're an English teacher. They stream about, or I guess it was more like TikTok videos, right? For English stuff. That's interesting. Honestly, I watch a lot of educational reels. I never really got into reels until like the last couple years when they're just like everywhere. They're hard to avoid. I actually end up on Facebook from time to time. I know I sound old by saying this, but the Facebook reels aren't so bad. But they are, because they like suck you in, and like I'm trying not to spend that much time on the phone looking at other people's content and stuff. But I find cool ones there. I feel like the algorithm works better for me on Facebook, where it actually shows me things that I might be interested in. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Where on YouTube, it's like, it gets stuck in these weird things where it's like, oh, you watched a Valheim video. You must want to watch Valheim stuff all day long and all day night. Or all night and all night. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Oh, we got a clauncher. No one caught it. Never mind. I can see that happening, yeah. I will be getting a graduate degree in mechanical engineering, so there is no world I would make more money on Twitch. Oh. Well, you'd be surprised, man. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you get a job. That's the downside of school. They like to make you think that when you're at school. Oh, you'll definitely land a... We'll even get you the job. We've got placement and all this stuff. And obviously it's better for some jobs than others. So you could be lucky and you could get something right out of school. As an artist, it was very slim pickings, and the economy took a downturn right when I graduated, and there was nothing. And that was that. Anything could happen. But yeah, I hope that you get something that you like right out of school. That would be nice. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer again. Maybe we do put a blood stain on the floor just to like further confuse people about what might not be there. Oh, it's not on its own layer, so I gotta fill it in manually. That's true, but odds for engineers tend to be fairly good, which is why I picked it, since I don't enjoy math, but it pays. Good thing you are not the safety inspector. My dad was a safety inspector. He ended up being a safety inspector manager. Oh, I guess I can't move that. I should have put it on its own layer. No, it doesn't look too bad where it's at. Maybe we give it some color so it looks like a blood spill rather than just a hole. And maybe a little bit of color here. Nah, it looked better the other way. Alright, I think this room is complete. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is export it with all of everything in it, all of its glory first. So I guess first we'll save it. Second, we'll export it. And yeah. At least the pillars, which look to be load-bearing, are fine. Well, it's just a screened-in porch, so... But yeah, the ceiling has a hole in it on the other side, so... Alright, so this one... Oh, I guess we're just gonna call it room 2W. That makes sense. Export it. So now we're going to turn off things one by one. So we've got the wind chime missing, so export as room 2w underscore normal 1. And then we're going to put the bones back on, and then we'll remove the hand next. We'll call it hand abnormal 2, so that way we know where we left off. Where is the slime? The slime up here somewhere? Oh, we've got the chair. Hair abnormal 3. And then the slime. Alright, so we got the bones, we got the slime, we got the hand is missing. Okay, so exports as abnormal 2 or normal 2. We'll turn the hand back on. And then what is this? That's nothing. Oh, it's just a line. Interesting. And then we'll do the chair. And that's 3. Turn the chair back on and turn off the slime. Export as 4. Alright. We'll save this and we'll close it. And we want the GB Studio. So we'll go to Frontrooms Normalities and we'll boot up the project. At least the I already read that. But yeah, what you say about engineers, that is fairly accurate, I would say. Most engineers get a decent job after engineering school. I will say that my math teacher at my art school was an engineer that was now a math teacher, so I doubt he was making as much as he had hoped. But you know, I'm sure there's a reason for that. Not sure why, but and he was happy enough to have the job that he didn't quit, so, or at least not while I was there. Although he no longer has that job because that school went out of business. So yeah, hopefully Semi was his name. Hopefully Semi found a better engineering or a job with his engineering degree. He was a really smart guy. It was funny though, math class at art school, everyone got A's. Everyone got A's. He was like, first day of class, he's like, you don't have to do anything in this class. Everyone automatically gets an A. You're artists. It's not my job to teach you how to do math, but I am the math teacher here. So if you want to learn math, I will teach it to you, but you don't have to. You don't have to do the homework. You don't have to. You could fall asleep in class and still get an A. He's like, the one thing you gotta do is the final project, and it's really easy. And it was super easy. It was draw a scale drawing of the room. It was like the easiest math assignment you could ever do. This is like second graders could do this, you know what I mean? It was crazy. If the odds weren't decent, there wouldn't be a single engineer, as the process of becoming an engineer is painful. You're an artist, you don't need calculus. You'd be surprised how much like math stuff I actually do, but I use a computer, so I don't ever have to worry about like knowing all of the stuff. I mean, you're an engineer, you know about quaternions, right? Well, I didn't know about quaternions in school. We didn't learn about that at art school math. But I use them all the time now, so that's kind of interesting. There's likely a lot of vector math. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that game devs deal with all the time, so it's interesting. Was this like algebra class? No, this was the one math class that we had to take at art school, so it was just math. It wasn't even, I mean, we did learn some algebra. We did like imaginary numbers and ISBN codes. We did a bunch of random stuff, just like whatever he felt like teaching us. You have not heard of quaternions. Ah, I see. I may know it by another name though. Do you know Euler angles? Or I guess Weller angles. I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's if you were to pronounce it phonetically, it's Euler, but it's the guy's name is actually Weller, is how you pronounce it. But yeah, people say Euler all the time, so it's hard to remember to say Weller. Anyways, we're at room 2 west. Room 2 west. Room 2. Where's room 2 west? Oh, we didn't copy and paste them. I'm like, where is this stuff? So let's go to this one. We'll go to open in folder. You've only heard it pronounced the first way. Yeah, apparently you pronounce it Weller. So if you have that in class and you pronounce it Weller, the teacher might be like, "Ah, this kid knows what he's talking about." No, that sounds more like structural engineers math. So it's weird, right? So I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The way that quaternions were developed was to make bridges, to make arch bridges. So it goes back pretty far. But this guy Weller, he created Weller angles as I don't know how to describe it. Basically, like it's like vectors but for rotations, right? It's like vector math but for rotations. So you get 3 numbers and your x, y, and z coordinate that make up a rotation. It's kind of a weird thing, but it's rotational math is what it is. Mechanicals do a lot of calculus and for force analysis and heat transfer. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've never done any mechanical engineering. The only engineering I've ever done was software engineering, and that is very different from other engineering, I would think. Room 2 west. This is the one we want. These ones, we'll copy all of these. And we'll open this folder. That's emotes. We want backgrounds. Paste it. There we go. Yeah, so now we can replace this with room 2 west. Room 2 west. There it is. I also will be doing a lot of linear algebra because I live in the machine learning section of the department. Understood? This one's telling me that it's way over, and that's not good. Because it may not work. This one's not, though. So I think we may need to clean this one up a bit. That's unfortunate. So if we bring up the grid, we can see there's a lot of unique tiles. Surprisingly, this one and that one are the same. So maybe we get rid of the fire. We put the fire on its own layer, so that's easy. Oh, and this we get rid of this layer? Yeah. Wait, is it that layer? It says it's that layer. There we go. So that should help a little bit. We could make this smaller, and then maybe move it up. There's a lot of tiles we need to remove, so these will have to be quite a bit smaller. This is going to be a bit of a job. I wonder if we can get away with using this tile twice here. And getting rid of this. Alright, maybe we get rid of the blood on the floor because we don't really need it. I think we can do a tile count. I have a script or something. Effects. Forget how to do the tile count. I think I put it in the wrong folder. If we go to this folder, go up, and then tile counter. Yeah, so these are supposed to go in the scripts folder. And I put them in the extensions folder. So we're going to open the scripts folder. And we're going to put them there instead. Oh. So here's that. Alright, so we'll copy this and paste it here. And then we'll go to scripts, rescan, scripts, and now we have unique 8x8 tiles flattened, or tile map, or fast palette swap. I don't know what that is. But it looks like we have 209 exactly. Interesting. That's... Oh wait, no, we want 192. I don't know why 209 was the same in my brain, but it's not.
You see my distant fellow. I hate to kill you.
So we're gonna have to clean this up a bit more. Welcome back from the ad break. We are cleaning this up a bit more here and reusing more tiles, and that should help. Unfortunately, with the color, it looked more like a hole. Yeah, it was hard to make that look like a blood spill. But yeah, generally, you know, black piles on the ground. Like this one, I don't know, kind of looks like a hole also, but it's got like the circular shape. It would be a pretty weird looking hole. And then that one has a little bit more of a splatter, but still kind of looks like a hole, but it's on a mat, so it would make a weird spot for a hole. But yeah, I agree it's hard for that to look like you want it to. So maybe the screen being smashed is too much. I feel like we need to remove that, unfortunately. Let's take these ones. Let's see what the tile count is like on that. 164. We're good now. All right, so let's we'll have to save them all again, unfortunately. So everything's on. Oh, the fire. We turned the fire off. We don't want that anymore. So yeah, we'll export it as, and we'll save over west. Room 2 west. There it is. And now we want to do all of them over again. So this one, I got Twitch Prime, so no ad gel for me. Ah, okay, I didn't realize. Infinite Metal, welcome in. Pew pew. How you doing, Infinite? Hope you're having a decent evening, a good evening even. What you up to? How you been? It's always good to see you. So now we got normal 1. We'll replace that one. Yes, export. Alright, so we'll turn the bones back on and we'll get rid of the hand. Doing good, watching streams and playing an old Flash game I really like. Oh! Everyone should check out Infinite, if they haven't yet. Well, welcome in, Infinite. Yeah, so, what Flash game are you playing? Infinite's got an awesome stream. They play retro games, and they have Skelly and Quackers, and it's a great time. It's a great time. This one will be 2. We'll save over it. Then we've got 3. We'll save over that one, and then we've got 4. Export, save over. All right, now we're gonna save this. Thanks, Rick. You're welcome, Infinite. What game are you talking about? What Flash game? I never got really into the Flash game scene, unfortunately. I was doing a lot of schoolwork when those games were really popular, and I had shit internet at home. The only time I could play Flash games was at school, but I was always doing schoolwork at school, so every once in a while I would hop on the computers just to use the internet in the library or like in the after school and stuff like that. But usually that was like MySpace era, so I was like doing stuff on my music MySpace things and stuff like that. But it's called Office Chimp. It has an old dating sim style of relationship building and time management, but about climbing the corporate ladder instead. So you have to get your coworkers to like you more and then answer questions about them to get promoted and such. But there's a bit more complexity in that. That's a really interesting idea. You know, one day when I was at work, I had the idea to make a game that was basically the opposite of that, where it was like office warfare. where you're trying to like position yourself for the raise, but only through nefarious means. And obviously it's kind of a joke in my mind, but it's not something I would ever actually make, I don't think. But or do. It's one of those things where you have like evil thoughts that you don't actually act on, right? But the idea came from the way other people acted, actually, because people are like that in the corporate world. They will like walk all over you if you let them, and they will like throw you under the bus first chance they get. It's crazy. One time I was like training for this job. I was a probationary picture framer at this place. Like I wasn't hired yet, but I was working for them on a probationary period until they decided not to hire me, kind of thing. And that's what ended up happening. Putting ghost peppers in the HR's department. I gotcha. HR department's coffee. Yeah, that would not work very well for you. Well, spicy food in general could be dangerous in the office place, that's for sure. But yeah, this one day I was there and this woman was training me. She was a nice enough person. She's like ex-military. You know, you could tell that she didn't really know all that much. Like now that I've done some picture framing, I can tell that she didn't really know all that much. But at the time, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I thought she was like good at what she was doing. I thought she knew what she was doing, until she was telling me about how you need to use spacers on prints, and that sometimes people don't, and it sticks to the glass and it will ruin the print. And she's explaining this to me by putting a piece of large glass over a large print and saying, we can't just put it down like this. And then she accidentally dropped it on the print. And so if you don't know, when you're picture framing, glass is actually like really, really sharp at the edges, right? Because you just cut it, and the way you cut it is you score it and then you crack it, right? So it's sharp. We don't take the time to sand off the edges or anything like that. It'll fucking cut you. Well, what it will also do is glass burn, they call it. It will rub off the print because it's so sharp on the edge that if it slides across a piece of paper, it will damage the print on the paper. And that's what happened to this big print. And she straight up threw me under the bus. She said that it was me who did it and that it was my fault. And I said, I didn't even touch the glass. In fact, you're training me and told me not to touch the glass. I'm not even wearing glass gloves. You're wearing glass gloves. Like, you were the one to do this. How can you blame this on me? and people believed me. But at the same time, they didn't like me. Everyone was like, no one liked me at that place. I ended up not getting the job because people didn't like me. It was a very, you had to be friends with everyone there. If you stood out or didn't act like them, they didn't give you the job. They didn't deserve you. Thanks. Yeah, at one point, one person I was kind of making friends with, we were both artists, right? We were showing each other art from our Instagram pages, and I had made a stencil. I could actually show you the image, but it's not that important. I was making a stencil from like Bristol, and I was cutting the stencil out, and I was using razors to do it. I'll just get the picture. But anyways, you use razors at work, you know, at picture framing, right? So that's a thing. How do I get to my pictures? Okay. Where is it? Somewhere in here. It's a bit of a ways back, apparently. Was that it? No. Here's the image. So I showed them this image, which clearly you can see the box that the razors came in, right? And there's the razors, which have this little lip on them. They proceeded to tell everyone in the room in front of me that I had stolen razors from the frame shop to do this art project. Even though you can see the box the razors came in. And they were buying razors in bulk that didn't have this like soft edge on it. It was insane. It was insane. They just like straight up, any shred of evidence they had, they used it against me, and people believed them. I was like, no, these were razors that I purchased, but because someone had said something, now all eyes were on me, and they wouldn't let me be in the room alone. They thought I was going to steal something. But I also had like really long dreadlocks, so that didn't help. People don't like people with dreadlocks, and I think that's what ended up getting me getting me to not get the job, was that someone didn't like that I had dreadlocks. I think someone literally, like when I walked out of the room, they said, "Why did you hire that person? He has dreadlocks," kind of thing. And yeah, but that's what happens. All right, so we got the images. Let's put them. Did we copy them and paste them? No, I don't think we did. And maybe we did. We'll do it again. Wait, these are copies. I don't want copies. Alright, so now... Oh, it still says we're over. What happened? Oh, it still has the old image. Did we copy over the old ones? What happened here? Why do they all look the same? No, they're not. They look the same until you open them. Wait, what was different about this? Oh, the tear on the couch, yeah. And then that one doesn't have the slime. Why are these not replacing the other ones? It's putting copies in again. Why is it doing that? That's so weird. Oh, this is the same folder. I was pasting them into the wrong folder. That's what was going on. Okay, so now it goes away. That's what we wanted. Infinite Mill said, wow, yeah, you know, that place, like Lumbee said, they didn't deserve me. That place sucked. It was weird. They were hiring a mat cutter, and I had never done mat cutting before. But I was like, I can figure it out. How hard could it be? And so I went and interviewed, and they're like, yeah, well, we kind of want someone with experience, but we let you come to the interview anyways because we're hiring for a sales associate. How's that sound? And I was like, well, I kind of would rather have the mat cutting job, but if you won't give that one to me, then yeah, I guess any job will do, right? And then they're like, well, it is a probationary period, so you don't actually get the job, but we'll test you for 90 days and we'll train you. And yeah, but they hired someone who had mat cutting training, and he had a much better job than I did. The easier it is to replace a person, the worse the person will be treated. So yeah, that's generally true, obviously, but in the framing world, the reason why they didn't want me on there longer, or why they had a probationary period, is because the amount of training that goes into framing, picture framing, is actually intense. It's like, you can't just like pull someone off the street and be like, all right, now you're a picture framer, because they'll just fuck shit up, and that costs lots and lots of money. You know, they'll get fired before they get the job done. You know what I mean? Or get hurt on the job, which is even worse, right? So there's like a lot of learning to do if you're a picture framer. So this level is nice and ready to be copied, so we can just go ahead and copy it. It's nice. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of it. So we'll name them West Normal 1, West Normal 2, West Normal 3, West Normal 4. But yeah, I ended up getting a job at a different framing studio after that, and it was night and day difference in a lot of ways. It wasn't better per se, but it was very different. So the one place I was at, the first place, they only did custom pieces. That's all they did was custom pieces. Every once in a while they would work with a designer who would do like bulk stuff, and it would be like, you know, they would have copies of the prints and stuff, like in that case where the woman dropped the glass on the piece and it ruined the piece. They had a second print of that because it happened to be a designer, and they had more than one print laying around, so they didn't even get upset, because that type of thing happens when you're in the industry and you know. But if you're bringing a custom piece, a one-of-a-kind piece, maybe it's autographed, they would be upset if it got ruined, right? And that happens. I mean, it doesn't happen frequently, hopefully, but it does happen. In fact, when I was working there, they said that they had a Beatles piece that got stolen or something like that. A Beatles autograph that got stolen, and it was like this big deal. But the place that I worked at after that did almost all autographed pieces, but they did them in bulk. So we had a exclusive contract with Magic Johnson. So there's actually a picture of me with Magic Johnson, and who else? I'm bad with sports people. With Dennis Rodman, Henry Winkler, who's not a sports person, he was the Fonz, right? And Kurt Warner, who I don't know, he's a sports guy. David Johnson, who is a sports guy also. I think that's it. Magic Johnson, Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman was the coolest one because I actually got to hang out with Dennis Rodman. We were at the same party. I say he was at my work party because he was friends with the owner of the company that I worked for. Yeah. So what we don't have is the right programming for here, and we need to add 4 more variables to this guy here. We are VTubers. We don't know sports people. You'd be surprised. There's lots of people that know sports people. I mean, everyone knows Dennis Rodman and Magic Johnson, right? I actually got to meet them. It was kind of weird. Kind of interesting. So we're adding 4 to this. And this. And this. And this. And this. So all of those randoms after the first one are just to make sure that it doesn't do it twice, which is not the most logical way of doing it, but it's like the quick and dirty way of doing it. I don't know Magic Johnson, but Dennis Rodman sounds familiar. Interesting. Yeah, I guess you're a bit younger, and that's definitely some 90s shit right there. Magic Johnson is one of the oldest living people to have had AIDS for a long time. He's basically cured of AIDS somehow. And the South Park made a joke out of it that he was injecting money, and that's how he cured himself. Because he's super rich, but clearly he's not that rich if he's still signing autographs. But I guess that's just like how you make money when you're a retired sports person. Oh yeah, I was not alive in the 90s. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But I was alive in the 80s. And Dennis Rodman, yeah, he was interesting because he wore like women's clothes, he wore makeup, he had different colored hair all the time, he had a lot of tattoos, and back in the day, none of that stuff was really acceptable or even really approachable in sports. So he was like the first person to be like, you know, letting his freak flag fly in the NBA. Now I think people do that stuff more often now. Yeah, the South Park episode where he was just sleeping on top of money because he didn't believe in banks or something. I don't remember the whole episode, but yeah, they were joking that he injected money and that was the cure for AIDS. But yeah, I think it was the Ninja Turtles, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie VHS had like Magic Johnson at the front, like doing a public service announcement about AIDS. I remember that from when I was a kid. I actually have the VHS now. I could watch it. I should set that up one of these days. I think my TV has stereo RCA cables, whatever you call them. Composite cables. Injecting white blood cells or plasma. Probably have anything, any type of like alternative or like new AIDS therapy. I'm sure they were doing anything they could. He had the money for that type of stuff. Yeah, but Henry Winkler was interesting also. I didn't really get a chance to chat with him, but I have a picture with him, and he's short, man. I always thought he'd be tall. I mean, I guess you get shorter as you get older, and he's pretty old. But you know, he's the Fonz. You know, the Fonz always made him look real big and cool, and now he's like this short old guy. It's interesting. I know Mouse gets plasma for her immune system problems, so that might be it. Oh, is that a VTuber? I don't remember the full name, but I think I know who you're talking about. Iron Mouse, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's hard for me to keep up with celebrities. It's easier for me from the 90s because I had this job where we were dealing with autographs from old people all the time. But yeah. Pink Gremlin, yeah, I wouldn't know. That's valid. Yeah, like honestly, I never got into sports, but I know a lot. I did know a lot of sports stuff because of that. When I lost the job, I just kind of deleted all that information from my brain. I could care less about that shit. Yeah, there's still like random tidbits in there, like the Philly special, and you know. What was that? Secretariat, the horse. I would always joke that we had Secretariat's autograph because we had the rider of Secretariat who no one knows the name of, but everyone knows the name of the horse that won the Kentucky Derby and whenever the fuck that was. So I thought that was funny. You say, I know Iron Mouse because she's a VTuber. Well, probably because she's like the biggest VTuber, right? Not just because she's a VTuber. You don't know all the VTubers. You know her because she's big and rich. But yeah, I know what you're saying. She's not a sports person. Understood. So yeah, what we want to do is make sure that we're checking for those new variables here. So we'll do variable value, variable set to value. This one is the variation. And then, so we added 25, 26, 27, and 28. So we want everything under 25. Oh, we hit the wrong thing. If variable value. There we go. So we get variable, normal variation. If it's less than 25, then we do this. We'll copy this, we'll paste it here, and if it's more than 28, then we do that also. And now we gotta do the in-betweens. Yeah, she's a VTuber celebrity. Yeah, she's, I guess she was like the richest, or the person who made the most money on Twitch most recently, I think, from what I understand. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, something like that. I read something about her being making the most as a Twitch streamer. She's like the biggest Twitch streamer or something like that. But I haven't seen their stream. I don't know anything about them. Just that's how big they are. So if it's equal to 25, then we want it to change to this one. So nomral 1. West to nomral 1. West to nomral 1. She got the most subs, but donated half of that to charity. Oh, interesting. Kixie knows about it too. Yeah, during a subathon. Oh, interesting. I don't think she is that rich, but she has the most followers or viewers or something. Well, perhaps because she gave away the half the money, she's not that rich, but sounds like she made a lot of money at once. So I mean, that doesn't make you a billionaire. Obviously, we live in a world where there's billionaires, but Twitch streamers aren't usually made billionaires. So relatively speaking, I guess is what I meant. But good point. She's not the richest person in the world. She's not Oprah. You know, she's not Elon Musk. But yeah. Yeah, also her health is a money pit. Yeah, that sounds rough. That sounds rough. Oh wait, we just changed that one again. We don't want to do that. We want to copy it and paste it. We'll drag it there. And then now if it equals 26, then we're going to get nomrel 2 west normal 2. We'll copy it, paste it. 27 nomrel 3. And 28 do nomrel 4. I'm saying nomrel because I spelled it wrong here. I'm gonna fix that. Normal. Okay, so we've got this one. We need to put these in a group. She donated to a charity that helps with her particular health issue. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. Alright, so let's name this group so it doesn't get confusing later. This is to go west. Room to west group. The IDF. I'm not sure what that is. I imagine it's a charity for Immunodeficiency Foundation. Is that what it is? Immunodeficiency Foundation? Yep, okay. It was a guess. So we're going to paste it here and delete the event for all of these west traversal triggers. I am gonna go get ready to eep. Have a good stream. Have a good eep. And thank you. Alright, so we got all of those. And then there is this one. And this one. And this one. And this one. Alright, so we got all of those in there, and these ones are good, and all of these ones. Alright, so this room is done. I mean, we'll have to debug it, but all of these rooms are connected, they all work together, and these are the ones with no normalities, and these are all normality variations. So let's give this a shot, we'll save it. We'll hit play here. There is an ad starting soon. I think I'm gonna make some tea. So we'll come back and check this out once I'm back with my tea. Okay, I've returned with my tea. Infinite Metal knows what's up. Oh, my music is real low now because of that trailer. Forgot about that. Alright, so we've got this. And I'm excited to see what this second room looks like completed. And hopefully it works. So we're just gonna run through. Hit no. Now we're gonna look for anomalies. Alright. Or normalities, rather. Not anomalies, but normalities. Oh, look at that. That room looks good. We go this way. That room looks good. That room looks good. It looks a little bit weird because, like, the angle is on this one. And then on this one, there's, like, both. And then on this one there's only one, and on this one there's none. But it makes sense because there's only 4 corners still. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4. So there's still only 4 corners. It's just like this one you're like only seeing half of it, right? However, I'm not seeing any normalities. Did we miss one? Is it possible that there's a bug? Yes. Should we check? Probably. Alright, so if we pull up the debugger here, we can see the normal variation is 24. And so something that I've been doing is on this first scene, I've been marking down what the variations are. So this one should be missing bone. Oh, there was a missing bone. I just didn't remember. But we should mark down what 25 through 28 are. So we'll do R2W, and then that was the wind chime. Then 26 R2W is I don't know, why do they all look the same? They shouldn't be. Where's the one without the blob, right? They all look the same. They ain't supposed to be. Oh, they never got changed. That's weird. I could have sworn I did. I like distinctively remember doing this. Normal 1. Normal 2. Normal 3. Normal 4. Alright. So yeah, let's go back to this scene. And then we'll take a look at these. Alright. 26. So this is 25. This is 26. Is we'll call it Demon Hand. 27. R2W. Couch. Tear. And then 28 R2W is slime. Missing slime. Alright, So now we've got them all. Let's find that missing bone. Yep, there it is. The bone is supposed to be there, I'm pretty sure, right? Or maybe I'm wrong. Where was the bone supposed to be? I think it was there. I'm only cheating a lot, but yep, the bone. Okay, so this is the one that we got. Oh, the bush. It's the first time I've seen that one. Oh, the couch. The spikes. It looks like everything's normal. Did we miss something? I think everything's normal. It does happen. Not very rare, but it does happen. Looks like we got it. Everything normal again? Well, that just doesn't seem very likely. But that appears to be the case. Oh, we got it wrong. Let's figure out what that was. If we pull up the debugger, last variation was 1. Oh, there's a blood pool missing. Jeez. We missed the blood pool missing in the first room. So the game's getting harder. The more things you have to know or remember, the harder it gets. So that's kind of good. We still got a whole nother room. So yeah, I see the blood pool. Oh wait, now the blood pool's missing. It says the last variation was 1 also though, so that's kind of weird. They should be different. What did I get wrong? Well, I guess it automatically changes the last variation as soon as you leave the room. I guess we just need to test with it open more. So that way we can see which, let's star this one. That way we don't have to like look for it. Alright. Normal variation is 10, so we know that it's a yes, but we want to find it. So 10, I believe, is in the first room, or in the last wall of the first room, rather. Which was this one? Was yep, home. Look at that, home. We don't see that one very often. Wait, I didn't see anything. The door is locked, can't go back. I wasn't paying enough attention. Like my... Oh, it was the home one. I should have known. Got the cheat number right underneath, and I still got it wrong. The blood pool's missing. The blood pool. Oh, the blood here. That's a tough one. I literally had to look at the list to see. The hole in the ceiling. There is a wild Lilligant in chat. I'm trying not to cheat, but I feel like I got to. Oh, the pentagram. Yeah. This one's tough. It's getting tougher. I'm literally having to cheat at my own game. I think the audio hiccuping is just the emulator. The welcome mat says welcome. Instead of death. There's no spikes. That's an easy one. We win. Well, the game is getting more and more fun. It's getting harder, more challenging. And I feel like this next room is going to have even more stuff. So that's cool. If I take a look at my sketch, so this was going to be like a split level. So I was planning on doing another cat, another, some more pictures on the wall, another home sign, and I don't know. Another mirror, it looks like. Maybe some more spikes. A tree outside of the window on fire again. A lot of repeating ideas here. Anyways, it's about time for some demon fish dead ahead. So we'll save this. We'll close it, and we'll open up demon fish dead ahead. All right, fishing game it is. Let's get that music going. Although we're going to be making music, so I'm going to turn it off in just a second anyways. Yarg! The RB demon fish. Oh, I forgot to make that switch to the actual thing. Good point. Because that one doesn't move. But if we do a, what is it, Shift Alt 5, then I think I am now a demon fish. You can't tell because I'm hidden behind that, but I think I'm a demon fish now. Yarg. Everyone should check out Demon Fish Dead Ahead. It's a game made by none other than the great me. No. It's a game I made that I'm working on, and it's a cool game. Alright, so let's listen to what we made. We made overworld music. What time signature is this? The bass is in 4/4, but the drums is like... I don't even know. Hold on, Johnny's messaging me. I can't write. But I like this music. Let's go to Battle Music 4. I hardly remember this one. Cool. So we've got 4 battle musics, 2 overworlds, only 1 boss music, and we wanted 8 battle musics total. So there's still 5 songs that need to be made before I'm happy. And then, as far as I know, the update should be ready after that. I mean, I'll have to do some testing still, but I'm pretty sure the update will be ready for that. Oh, you know what? Because I didn't do the redeem, we've got the old stream avatars floor for Pyrotoad. Let's get the stream avatar floor for Demon Fish Dead Ahead up. There it is. While we're at it, we'll put on a fancy hat or some type of hat, some random hat. We'll put on a random hat. How about that? On the house. What hat do we get? What hat do we get? We got the beanie. The house hat. One hat on the house. Alright, so let's make some more music, some more battle music. That seems to be the easiest. The boss music is going to be more like horror, scary style music. Oh, did the pew pew take away the hat? Maybe we do need to give the hat its own overlay. Oh, it's back. Hat back. Well, we can deal with that another time. Alright, so let's make another piece of music. We'll call it 09, or no, we'll call it 10 underscore battle music 5. Now we're gonna rock out with our socks out and bass drum, put these kicks in. We're gonna do something similar but different, and that's getting hard because everything is so similar and different. Wait, no, we're doing this wrong. All right, let's hear this. I don't know if I like it. I say we do it the other way, where this happens first. Alright, so the da 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 da. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So we'll get some hats or some snares in there. I don't know why I was saying hats. We'll do something like that. I know how I feel about this ending. Maybe that's okay. Alright, let's get a bass in there. Is that the one? This is the one. I like this. So we'll duplicate it. We'll take everything from pattern 1 and paste it onto pattern 2. And then we'll adjust the baseline so it's different. But we probably only need to make adjustments to the end here. Rico Suave 2 X Electric Ari Baloo. Wow. It's getting weirder and weirder. Welcome in, Ari. Thank you for that raid earlier, by the way. Of course, well, it means a lot to me. I very much appreciate it. We're making music now. I was finding Normalities going. We finished the second level. I can bring that up. It doesn't show up on this list for some reason. But if we open the engine... So we've only got this one room left. We've got this is the room that we worked on today. So these variations don't have any normalities, and all of these ones on the outside do. And then this is the first room. And it's getting intense. That's a lot of rooms. Yeah, well, they're variations. There's only actually 3 rooms, but each room has 4 walls. And then the variations depend on the wall, right? Like this one has, what, 8 variations in total? So that's the most. And then these ones both have 5, and this one only has 4. However, these rooms, this one only has 2 variations. This one's got 5, this one's got 4, and this one only has 3. Gundam, heyo, it sounds fun. Welcome in, Gundam. Appreciate you being here. We're working on Frontrooms Normalities. Well, we were earlier, and I was showing Ari what we did, and I can play that real quick. And then the music we're listening to is actually music that I'm making for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. So I'm gonna stop that and save that so we don't lose anything due to a crash or anything. And then this takes just a second to boot here, or to build, and then it's got its own music. Yeah, but the music is coming well for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. With Demon Fish Dead Ahead, we're almost ready for an update. It will need a little bit of testing, and there is like one little change I need to make in the level. Because I accidentally made a dead end that I didn't want to be a dead end. You can still get by, but it's a dead end where I don't want it to be. So yeah, the first time you play through, there's no normalities. So it's like a memory game, and it's showing you how everything should be with all of the abnormalities, all of the anomalies. Yes, I see the music. It sounds so good. Thank you. So nice this retro style. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is an actual Game Boy game. so it will run on a Game Boy. I'm using GB Studio to make it, and it's made to work on a classic system, a classic Game Boy. But yeah, I might make a Game Boy Color version once I've got all the art in. It really depends on how much time is left in the jam. This is a 3-month jam, and we're not even halfway through the first month yet. So now we're looking for Normalities, because it's a reverse anomaly game set in the front rooms, which is a reverse of the back rooms. So we're going through a series of front rooms. Oh, and there used to be a bone there that's no longer there, so that's too normal. Our job is that we are making sure this house is haunted. So we're gonna hit yes, and then we're gonna go through to day 2, and again we're looking for Normalities. Everything looks pretty abnormal at the moment. Oh, this screen is not broken, and the bush is not on fire. Pew pew. I think only 1 pew works. I'll have to change it so 2 pews work. I can do that right now before I forget. Oh no, yeah, okay. It's working with 1. Alright, I'm gonna change it so it works with 2. Done. Alright. I don't remember. Was there something normal in this one? Did we skip it? I'm gonna guess yes. We were right. Nothing normal there. Oh, the couch is normal. Should be shredded up. Oh, there's no spikes underneath the stairs. Gotta have spikes at the bottom of the stairwell. Alright, we gotta check for Normalities here. This room looks clean. Clear, whatever. Clean, clear. Clean and clear. It's like a Clearasil commercial in here. And this room looks clean too. So we're gonna say, wait, did we... 1 second. Okay. Yeah, this one's good. Had to double check. Alright, so we're gonna say no. And we were right. Clean, clear, and under control. There you go. Oh, the bones. That's a normal wind chime. That is too normal. We don't want Normalities here. Alright. Oh, there's usually blood right here above the chalk outline. So yeah, we may change it so it's more than 10 days because there's like already 28 different Normalities. I think this one's all not normal. Could be wrong. Good, we got it. Last one. Or is it the last one? Maybe next one's the last one. Alright, that room looks good. And that room looks good too. Is there something we missed? I'm worried that we missed something now. I think this is a no. Oh, we got it wrong. I don't know what we missed. I don't know what it was, but we missed it. So yeah, I've been cheating because I need to like test it and make sure that things are right, but I wasn't cheating there, so I don't know. Oh, this one is that. It shouldn't say home, it should say hell. But yeah, you get the gist of the game. It's getting more and more difficult. Abraxas with the raid. Welcome in, Abraxas. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone should check out Abraxas if they haven't yet. They do a lot of retro games. Yeah, welcome in. Last playing Maru Senki Madara. How is that? I've never heard of that. Is this a game you're working on or a random find? This is a game I'm working on. This is Frontrooms Normalities. So we're looking for normalities in a haunted house. We're trying to make sure that it's haunted. But you see, we've already found one. This sign, it should say hell. If it was a haunted house, it wouldn't say home. Home is too normal. So we're going to go to the very end. And this room is a prototype still. It's empty. And then we're gonna hit the button yes, because we found home instead of hell. It was a Famicom game that got an English patch at some point, but was never released over here. It was put out by Konami and makes decent use of VRC6 music. Oh, interesting. We were freebooting your stream for a bit before we raided in. Ah, okay. Understood. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone dropping in. But yeah, I'm Rick. I'm a game dev. I make a lot of Game Boy games as of recent. I'm also a Unity developer, an animator. I studied 3D modeling and animation in school. I do that for work sometimes, like contract work. I'm a freelancer. And yeah, I've been making Pyrotoad for Game Boy Color. This room, which is Frontrooms Normalities, for the GB Compo 2025. And Demon Fish Dead Ahead for the Game Boy, which is actually what I was just working on a second ago. And then there's Source Hack, which is also like in development state, but you can play it on itch. Retro Spaceball, which again is in an in development state that you can play on itch. And all of my games are on itch, so you can check that out. I got a command there. If you want to check out my games, they're all free right now. So yeah, check them out. And I think eventually I'm going to start charging money once things start getting done. But yeah. Oh, there's also Bit Dropper, which is on there. That is a finger drumming sound toy. So if you like making music, or if you just like making noises with your Game Boy, you can do that. And they're all a lot of fun. I should know because I made them. But I really do enjoy playing, especially Bit Dropper. Bit Dropper is so much fun for me, and my nephews just love it. The last time I saw my nephews, the first thing they said to me was, "Can we play Bit Dropper?" I was like, oh my gosh. And of course I let them play. And then because they're kind of young, and you know how kids can get, I regretted it for soon after because they were loud and a little obnoxious. I found this stream again. I had to leave to do redeems and Abraxas. Well, thank you for dropping in, Ultra Minimalist. Appreciate you being here. But yeah. Welcome. How are you lovely folks doing tonight? How was your stream, Abraxas? Was it fun? Did you have a good time? And Ultra Minimalist, are you a retro gamer as well? I hadn't closed OBS yet, so I saw them all. Nice. Oh, I wasn't keeping track of if we had a normality or not. Oh no. I'm gonna say yes. And we got it right. You have no idea how to game. Oh, okay. Well, I make games. This is a Game Boy game I'm working on. And, yeah. I actually make a lot of different types of games. I'm actually working on a card game as well. And that's kind of fun. Game Boy, yeah. Yeah. So this is for an actual Game Boy. We're using GB Studio to make it. And it's a reverse backrooms, reverse anomaly game. That's hard for me to say. I should be better at saying that. So I don't think there's any normalities here. So we're gonna hit no. And we were right. Oh crap, Rick, did you hear about Seagoat's art jam for this month? I totally forgot to tell you. Yeah, I rated Seagoat earlier and he told me all about it. I think we rated him last night actually, and he told me all about it. Art battles, I think is what it's called, or is it art battles? Or something like that. It sounds interesting. Art jam. I think it was just make things. No, I think it was something more than that. I think it was called art battles or art wars or something like that. He told me all about it. Art battle. Is that what it is? No, that's not it. It's not that. That's something else. I forget now. I forget what it was. Hang on, I'll link you. Okay. It was like this thing where you do like art trades. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna find the time to do that myself because it sounds like a lot of arting. And as much as I should do more art. Oh, Seagoats is hosting a Pixel Jam. Oh, okay. No, I didn't know about that. I did not know about that. Cool. Let me pull that up on a browser that you guys can actually see. That is not the one that he was showing me. He was doing someone else's before. And it wasn't so much of a pixel art jam, it was just a like a art trade thing. So submissions due in 21 days, 1 hour, 3 minutes. It started May 31st. Wow, I'm surprised he never said anything about this. Oh, so you have to do one each day? Oh wow, that's a lot of work. That's like a whole month of doing different works. You skipped today. Uh-oh. Can you make it up? 21 daily prompts for small themed pieces. I've never heard of anything like this. I mean, other than the like the ongoing prompts. This is interesting. Interesting idea for a pixel jam. The last 2 weeks are an art jam, right? It's not just pixels. It's all art. Yeah, cool. The last 2 weeks you can go back to other pieces. Oh, okay, okay. And then for final piece, you just, oh, I guess that's just the same thing. It's just there wasn't enough room. Interesting. Super chill, skip days, combine prompts, or just join for the big piece if you want. Oh, cool. They're making one big piece out of them. That's awesome. Is that what I'm getting? I think the final piece is like the best one all finished. Ah, I see. So are they like you submit your favorite all finished and then all of those get added to the big piece? Because I see big piece. So that makes me wonder. But that's really cool. Oh yeah. The final piece is where you'll create one larger, more detailed artwork piece. I see, that's the big piece. That's a really cool idea. 69, nice. Gotta say that, right? You don't submit via the thing at the top. You use community Seagoat's Discord. 69, yeah. I am in Seagoat's Discord. Cool. Well, everyone should check that out if they haven't yet. The link is in the chat. I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to take part because I'm already kind of involved with the jam, and I've also got other projects and stuff going on. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that. Dude, those look awesome. Can I share them on stream? Sure, cool. I'll just drag this down so we can see a little bit better, because they're kind of small if you zoom in. But yeah, really cool looking works. I like this one the most, I think. Although this one's good too. So I saw you working on this one. Oh, cool. Garden of Identities. That's interesting. I like the shapes though. Nice work, Ari. Really good job. And thanks for sharing it in my Discord. Yeah, so if anyone wants to get in on that pixel art jam, it looks like the rules are really lax, so you can join late. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. Also, nice work. Keep it up. Yeah, any artists that want to share in my Discord, you're more than welcome. There's a command for it, there's a link for it, and on my about section. And we welcome pretty much everyone. I mean, if you're nice, then we welcome you. If you're not nice, well, go somewhere else to be not nice. As long as you're nice in my Discord, you're welcome. We keep it safe for work, and a lot of game devs are in there, a lot of artists are in there. We've got content creators. The Indie Maniac with the raid, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in here. I'm waiting for a fart. Where's the fart, Indy? We need a fart. Everyone should check out Indy if you haven't yet. Thanks for checking in. 26 times now. Welcome, Kixie. There's that fart. Oh, Ari's got the fart. Oh, you both farted at the same time. That was interesting. You had competing farts. That was awesome. Hey, thanks for checking in, Ultra Minimalists. Appreciate that. Playing Discounty. Yeah, that game looked cool. I was actually lurking in your stream, and now I'm watching myself, which is always weird. There's another fart. Not a fart war. We had a PNG tuber war earlier. They kept on switching between, is he a Pyrotoad or is he wearing a hoodie? Is he a Pyrotoad? Is he wearing a hoodie? It was actually causing issues because the hotkeys were holding down shift while I was trying to draw. It was fun. But yeah, welcome in everyone. If you haven't checked out the Indie Maniac, the Indie Maniac plays indie games, mostly horror games. They play a lot of anomaly games and backrooms games. And actually, the title for this game actually started in Indie's stream. I was joking about making a Frontrooms Normalities game just to see if I could get people to respond, you know, and they did. They said that they liked it and that I should make it, and they kept saying it, and I kept joking about it until I actually started making it. And that's where we are today. Well, that's what we were doing today. Now we're actually going to be working on Demon Fish Dead Ahead because we finished the second room today. So that's really fun. And we've got the first room and the second room. Now all we got is the third room, which looks really barren right now. It's just 4 walls that are blank. And then these rooms, they need to be, these are still prototypey looking as well. The U windscreen is a little lame as well. It might be cool to do different music for each room, I was thinking too, and then sound effects. There's no sound effects really in this game yet, so. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for the raids today, people. Ari started the raid nonsense, and then Abraxas continued it, and now we've got the Indie Maniac continuing it even further. Thanks for checking in, Ari Boops. But yeah, I very much appreciate the raids. We do have an ad starting soon, and I'm all out of snoozes, so bear with me on that, and I'll be back after the ad. But yeah, we're gonna get back to making music. We're here to look at the TV. That's such a good one. That works so well with this. How dare! I'm all out of snoozes. I don't know what to tell you, Indie Maniac. Judge. You can't judge me. This is my stream. I work the commands here. You can put a hat on me, but you can't judge me. Alright, there's that ad. So yeah, I'm gonna get back to Demon Fish Dead Ahead. Well, here's Frontrooms Normalities.
Hurry up!
Ari Boops is telling me to hurry. So as you can see, this floor is looking kind of normal. There should be more blood. So we're gonna head to this button that says yes. Anything normal? Yep, the floor didn't have blood on it. See, there's that blood, it's back. And now we're gonna look for more normalities here. This room looks clear. Clean and clear and under control. This room appears to be good. So it looks like there are no normalities here, so we're gonna hit no. And it looks like we're good. Oh, that blood is missing again, so that's an easy one. Sometimes that happens. Oh, 10 bits. Thank you, thank you. Pride, 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 pride. Ads suck. Pride, pride, pride. Take that donkeys, Bezos, pride. Take my pocket change, Rick. Well, thank you for the 10 bits, Ari Boobs. When the ads are done, I'll thank you again. Welcome back from the ads. Thank you so much for the bits, Ari Boobs. I appreciate your pocket change for sure. Thank you very much for that. I don't know. Is there any in this one? Did we see any? This room looks clear too. Wait. Let's go back. We need to go back. I think maybe. No, that room's good too. We're gonna say no. Oh, and we're wrong. Oh my god, that cat. Was the cat normal? Or was the cat not normal? We missed it. There was a normality and I didn't see it. The game is getting harder. There's the cat. That's the abnormal cat. There's a normal cat. Oh, there's no hole in the ceiling. There should be a hole in the ceiling. It was not normal. I loved it. Nice. Yeah, right now we're just skipping the last room because there's nothing in it ever, so. But it's nice that the game is getting difficult even though we've only got 2/3 of it done. I didn't see anything. But now I'm second guessing myself. Wait. Let's go back. Ah, there's no pentagram on the ceiling. Yeah, the cat has a bit of a Cheshire grin, right? A little bit of a grin going on, but it's got fangs too. And then eyes like headlights in the night. So I'm not seeing any normalities here. And we're right. Beautiful. Oh, the welcome mat says welcome. That's too normal. It should say death. Nice hat you got there. Oh, it disappeared, but I appreciate that you like the hat. Oh, there's no spikes at the bottom of the stairs. You gotta have spikes at the bottom of the stairs if you want a haunted house, right? Oh, now I've got another hat. Thanks for the hat, Indy. Oh, the chalk. The chalk is missing now. We need more dead bodies. So this room looks clear. I'm kind of flying through it, so maybe I'm going too fast. Oh, the bush isn't on fire. The screen's not torn. The bowl of eyeballs. Yeah. You like that one? Sometimes it's not eyeballs. Sometimes there's like fruit in there. So you gotta keep an eye out for the eyeballs not being there. Yo. Everything looks normal. We got it. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you don't see the anomaly. Oh shit, the mirror lost its skeleton. Is it sometimes a bowl of grapes? I think it's just a lot of oranges. I don't know. It's weird because like maybe grapes is more a better size. But yeah, they don't change shape at all. It's just like the same shape without the eyeballs in it, and then it's like shaded like a sphere. I could show you what it looks like if we zoom in here. This one. So I guess maybe they're grapes. I was thinking oranges, but yeah, that would make for big eyeballs. But maybe they're like big eyeballs. I don't know. These are the skulls, so... But then again, maybe there's like the skulls of children. I don't know. I didn't really... The whole scale thing is hard to work out on Game Boy, right? But luckily, like the only thing, like this coat rack is kind of like, and the the umbrella holder, those are kind of like indicators of what the scale should be. So these would be like massive grapes if that's the size of a normal umbrella holder. But the eyeballs don't have to be human eyeballs either, right? They could be anything. Oh, hey Rick, I was having trouble with dithering tool. I was working on my snake boop sticker and I could get it to look decent. Can I show you and maybe you give tips or a better way? Couldn't? Yeah, sure. I guess it would be hard for me to know exactly what you were having trouble with without actually having seen it. If there was like a VOD or like a GIF or something, I don't know. But if you maybe just seeing the art would help. I don't know. It's I've practiced with it a lot. So yeah, I definitely use it quite a bit because I used to do it all by hand, and that is not fun. There are some quirks with the dithering tool. So I've learned how to like circumvent those quirks, and maybe that's what you're dealing with. But yeah, take your time. The door is locked. So yeah, the skeleton is no longer in the mirror. Let's take a look at what Ari made here. So it looks like you're using the noise brush, and that actually looks really good. The spray tool, yeah, the spray tool, yeah, I like that though. That actually looks good, but you wanted more dithering. Okay, well, if that is, wait, what just happened there? If this is a PNG, we can probably just copy it and paste it into Sprite. Right, and then so let's see. Like, let's say we're gonna dither this area. I'll show you the quirkiness of it. Let me turn on some background music here. So if we were gonna use this color, we'll say, and we just go to the dithering, but Shift G for gradient, right? And then we can, I actually just uploaded a whole bunch of other dithering things. So let's say we want to use this one, which you wouldn't have. There's a plugin that I found that had more dithering options. You would only have these three, but this one might look cool. So if it's on its own layer, then it'll go across the whole screen, right? But if you do it on this layer, and say you do one of those, like a magic wand tool, and then you do this, you can get some variation by holding Shift and Select, which is kind of cool. That actually looks pretty cool for a snake. Yeah, but if you don't hold Shift, you can go in any rotation. And yeah, let's try it with the more simple matrix. So what you would want to do is select the color that you want to overlap with the right click, and then the left click. Well, you could do a few different things here, right? You could do it directly on the layer, right? This is the layer. You could do it directly on there, and then it's there, right? So if you hit G, like now it's there. And then if you didn't want to do that, what you could do is you could take this selection and then put it on this second layer and select that and put it there. But then, so you see there's some quirkiness going on there, right? Which sometimes looks good and sometimes it doesn't. It gets even weirder when you use the radial one. Like, why is it over there? I don't know, but like it starts like doing some weird stuff over there too, right? Because there's some quirkiness you get. So to avoid that, what you do is just get rid of the selection and put it on a separate layer, and then do the gradation. Well, you can do it with a clear background, right? So you do that and then pick that color, and then if you turn off the selection, I keep hitting the button there, so now you can just kind of put it over it, and then it doesn't do anything weird on you. But then yeah, you would have to go in and clean it up. So if you didn't want these pixels there, then you could either do that, or you could go back to this layer and select that, and then go back to this layer and delete that, right? But then you'd have to do that for every selection, right? What are we doing here? So like, yeah, there's that, and then 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 that. So it depends on how many colors you have, and you can also mess with the tolerance of the magic wand tool, of course. And then you could just delete that. Oh, you have to go back to the layer with the dithering, and then delete that, and then you can see we've got that dithering on its own layer, but it doesn't have any of that stuff. The selection was throwing you off. Yeah, so sometimes you get that, and it's weird because when it's on the same layer, it doesn't do that. It seems like, right? So let's remove this layer and yeah. What are we doing here? Oh, all right. So if we select this, give the dithering tool, and now it doesn't seem to bug out when it's on the same layer as that selection. So it's kind of weird why it does that. I don't know, but I would play with doing it on either the same layer or a duplicate layer, right? Because you can always duplicate the layer and then do it there, and then you can, you know, remove things as you see fit, or put things back in. Let's see. Okay, so that's the one without any dithering. Alright, so alright, let's we'll make a new layer and we'll paste it there. So this is the one without any dithering. We can delete these ones, and if we pick this brush with a, well, I guess it really depends on exactly what you want to do here. Like if you want it to be more stylized, then you could do portions of it and then erase those portions, right? So like one way you could do it is to do like that, right? But then do it on another layer and just do like that. And you can even hold down shift to make sure it's in the same line, but you get a variety of the matrix when you do that. So maybe you want that, and then you would either erase it by hand or go back on this layer and do that, and then go back to this layer and delete that. So you can get that type of shading like that, and then you would have to go through and do that over and over again, or even cut this into different layers, right? And because it's mostly solid shapes, you would actually, it wouldn't be that hard to put like, oh, I hit the wrong button. To put like these, you could do contiguous and then just kind of click through and select these things, and then you could give this a different shading. If I could select it, that, and then that, and you don't even need to select the outlines because they don't need any shading. You could select that, you could leave the flowers, and then from here you could make a duplicate, right? And then you can do a select inverse and just delete from the duplicate, and then you've got all of that on its own layer. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh my god, awesome. So that way, you, if you wanted to, you got the dithering on its own layer, and then you could do the same thing here, make a new layer, and let's say you want to do this color for that layer. I'm just like noodling, of course, and then you could do like a sideways one to get like more variety, or maybe you just want it to go like to there, and then you want this one to go like, let's say you want it to go like that, and then maybe another one like that, and then you could again use the magic wand tool on that layer, then go back to this layer and then delete that, and then when you put the layers together, you've got, you know, different variety. It depends what you want to do. Oh my god, that's so cute. But honestly, I really like what you had before, what I deleted. The I do really like the use of the spray paint brush. I know, like, it kind of has like its own vibe, right? Let's go back to that. Where did that go? There it is. I really like that. I really like the use of this spray paint brush. I also like the jumble brush. I don't know if you've used that, and it might look interesting if we mix the jumble brush, the jumble tool, with the dithering, right? So that way you can kind of create your own spray paint out of the dithering, and that looks cool too. Also, and this is like totally different, but if you're gonna animate, you could take all of that and then make like more of them, right? So what is that, like Alt N, right? And then take each one and oh, we need to get rid of that selection. We're on the right layer. Oh no, we're on that layer. So if we go to each one and use the jumble tool on it, and you can do this pretty quickly, and just do each one differently, but the same, right? We're just going over it with the jumble tool. And maybe this isn't useful for you, but this is just a cool trick. I use it a lot with animations and stuff. I think it's fun and cool. It's got like a weird retro aesthetic to it when it's done. It almost reminds me of like early internet, or like early animated GIFs and stuff like that. So you may get different mileage than me, and it may or may not be useful, but it's an interesting trick nonetheless. And then if we hit play, it's got like that weird television fuzz vibe. OMG, thank you so much. It's not too dark? I didn't think it was too dark. I thought it looked cool. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make adjustments to it, excuse me, because it's so like there's not a whole lot of like, I don't know, they're not blended, right? If you were to use the blend tool, that would make it really hard to differentiate it, and it might look cool if you use the blend tool, but then all of a sudden you're increasing the palette by like exponentially, right? And you would probably want to do that if the shading was on a separate layer and you wanted it to look like it was, you know, high res. But what you could do is just select the grays and then put them on a separate layer and then adjust the opacity, assuming that it's all on separate layers. I tend to work on layers as much as I can, unless I'm doing something for the Game Boy, in which case I end up merging things down a lot. But even this is all on different layers, you know? Like, and a lot of that is because it's so I can turn things on and off for different renderings, right? And then if we, that's like that, and then there's like the room, right? So there's a layer behind that, so I could do the outside, and then there's the room, you know, and that's like its own layer. So a lot of things do get merged down, but yeah, I like to keep things on their own layers, so that way if I feel like it, I can even dissect those layers further. Like I said, put the snake head on its own layer, or like these lumps on its own layer. Could put these on their own layer, or put them on separate layers even further. it really depends on what you want to do. But what's great about pixel art is that when you haven't gotten everything merged down, obviously once it's merged down, it gets harder to work with. When it's all in layers and there's like you know, not a huge palette, then you can just select by color, right? And the magic wand tool is actually pretty magical for that, right? Because if we go to the layer with the art on it, let's say that one, and then we use that, but then we use incontiguous, we can get all of the browns, right? And then if we wanted to, we could pull them off and just put them on their own layer. I don't know what happened there. Oh, I was on the wrong layer when I hit the button. So yeah, if we get the magic wand tool, wait, oh, it's hidden. There we go. So we could just cut that, right? And then that whole layer, all the colors are gone. We can put them on a new layer and dissect it further if we wanted, right? And that way we've got all the colors. So if we wanted to, we could make adjustments just to this color. And one way you could do that is by just like changing the opacity, right? So if you double click on it and then you change the opacity, if there's something underneath it, then you won't notice. But if we were to change the color of these, oh, that was the wrong button, and then throw that one on, we can even use the opacity to change the color. I don't know how useful that is, but you can see how it would be making things lighter or darker if we had, instead of using this green color, we used on the right layer, if we use black, and then we could use incontiguous, and then throw this layer on and bring the opacity up. Now we're darkening the color that's already there. And that may or may not be easier than if you were to just use this thing and paint bucket it and go back and paint bucket and go back and paint bucket. But you could do that for the shading is what I'm getting at. Select the different groups of the shading or all of it at once, put it on its own layer, put white behind it, and then lighten it all up if you think it's too dark. Or get it to be just right. You know what I mean? But honestly, I don't think there's any issue with it. It kind of looks nice that it's dark. Maybe like come out here a little bit. So, cause like this stuff all looks very three-dimensional, which is good. But yeah, I would maybe push this gray further inwards so the white isn't sticking out there, because I feel like the shadow would be like covering up some of that. So I would say even go darker here and then have like a little bit, just like a tiny bit of the like light gray there, and then again that tiny bit there, because this is the light source is obviously coming from this direction, right? Because it's the face is there, so I feel like this stuff is getting the most light, but it doesn't get the three-dimensionality that you get over here. So it kind of gets flat when you're just looking at, when your eye moves over here, it starts to look flat. When you look over here, it looks very three-dimensional, if that makes sense. But yeah, honestly, I don't have a problem with the spray paint brush. I think you've done a really tasteful job for the most part here, and I think maybe things could be cleaned up a little bit, like I said, but for the most part, I think it looks really cool. Okay, so just a sliver of gray on the bright areas. Thank you. Yeah, I think that would help round things out a little bit. Just a tiny bit of sliver. Maybe even like just these two colors, and then only like the littlest bit of this color is showing, like just like along the edge there, and then this one comes out to maybe there or something like that. And then this one you probably don't even need the dark gray because it's closer to the light source. But yeah, similar to what's going on here. But yeah, I would put just like a tiny little sliver along this side just to show that it's rounded away from the light. because if the light's hitting all of this in the same direction, then it makes it look flat. But yeah, you've done a great job. It's a super cute snake. Yeah, I like the pose. I do feel like this space here could be used somehow. I'm not sure if you have plans for that. It will be a sticker. Cool. So, like, where is the end of the tail? Is that underneath here somewhere? Because maybe it could come out here and, like, wrap around that way. Because not seeing the tail makes it feel like it's, I don't know, like sitting in a donut, maybe? You know what I mean? Like, I see that there's like a roundedness here and roundedness there, but not seeing the tail, I think seeing the tail would help it, is what I'm trying to get at. Alright, so you've got the reference pic. Oh, cute. That is such a cute pic. That is very cute. So yeah, that is extremely cute. And I could see why it would be difficult to try to draw the tail, the end of the tail. But I do think that it might help to change the reference pic and just have a bit of the tail coming out. But yeah, like, maybe it loops around that way and then it comes back around that. Like, maybe there's a loop underneath that we're not seeing, right? Because it would go that way and then maybe like that, and then that way, and then like that, and that would be the whole snake. I think it's just an idea. Yeah, you know, using a reference is a fantastic idea. 100% I say use a reference any chance you can get, but don't be afraid to change the reference either. What if in that little dark pocket, which dark pocket? Here? Because yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Where here you've got this white space. I think later you made it, oh, in the other one, where'd it go? In this one, you've made that gray. I think somewhere in there you could squeeze a tail in. And it might be hard to get just right, but I think if you got an opportunity to fit another S curve in, and eyes love S curves, by the way. I'm not sure if you're familiar with composition and just like general, like general composition, I guess. S curves, people love S curves. Yeah, eyes love S curves. There's like there's a thing, I first learned about it at a Nikon school, believe it or not. Composition shapes, maybe we can find it that way. Alright, so yeah, this isn't terrible. Let's see. Oh. Hey, thanks. Grigori Night Dragon. Grigori Night Dragon. It took me a second, but thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate that. Grigori Night Dragon. Yeah, I got it now. Oh, that's not what we want. This. So I don't know anything about this website, Muddy Colors, but I just searched for types of compositions, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. So here's the S or compound curve, and you can see this river going through here, a river going through there. It's used a lot in landscapes, but you can fit any of these into any art piece. It's general photography composition concepts, but you can fit them into any art piece. I don't know why this is called Steelyard, but yeah, different types of balance, right? So again, balance scales. I never knew that we triangles is what we called them. Your eyes like triangles. First of all, for some whatever reason, people like things grouped in 3. Grigori Night Dragon says you have bad feedback. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that audio feedback, or you mean feedback as in I'm giving poor feedback on the drawing? I am sorry for that. Yeah, so I think these are, you know, general composition terms and well, general composition shapes rather. I don't know about this terminology. But yeah, there's a lot more. Audio, really. Is everyone hearing feedback? I'm sorry. Oh, lol, I was gonna get mad. Not me. Is it the music? That's interesting to think that there would be feedback, because I've got no audio playing in the room. Kixie doesn't have any either. Interesting. Maybe the music? Maybe you're confusing the music for feedback? There is background music. Here's without the music. With the music. But I hope that it's resolved for you. Maybe it's on your end, is all I could think. I've never had an issue with feedback before. I think feedback is usually produced when you have an audio signal going into the mic that's producing the audio signal. And that's not the case here because I'm using headphones, but yeah. Well, thank you everyone for, you know, assuring me that it's not coming through on everyone. I'd be happy to help you troubleshoot. Anyways, let's get back to Demonfish Dead Ahead. If you've got enough feedback here, let me close and reopen. Okay. Ari Boops, are you feeling good on the feedback, or do you need anything else on that? Cause I'm prepared to get back to making music. Yee, thank you so much. Absolutely. No, that's great. Yeah, anytime. I love helping people out as much as I can. You know, I went to art school and it costs a lot of money, and I don't think that it's important for people to do that. I don't think you should have to spend money to learn shit like that. And I'm happy to you know, to hand over any knowledge that I picked up along the way, because it was ridiculous to have to pay for it, to be honest. And it's all out there. So if you want to learn, you know, just throw it out on the internet, do some searches. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it helps to have like some like footing, you know. And like I said, that Nikon course that I took this course when I was in like 5th grade. I didn't even have a real camera yet, and I wasn't even in high school yet, I don't think. I think I wasn't even junior high yet, maybe I was in junior high. I don't know. My mom was dating a guy for like a long time. Like, I think they were together like 10 or 11 years. And he was kind of an asshole, to be honest, but he was a photographer, or he was at least interested enough. He was an amateur photographer, right? And he was interested enough to go take this Nikon course, and I went with him, and I learned a lot. It was like a 1-day seminar, and it was like, you know, 5 hours of sitting there and being quiet, but it was Nikon, and they had a real professional teaching us about real stuff. We came home with little pamphlets and stuff, and yeah, I learned a lot. That was my first like dive into composition. And after that, you know, I continued to learn more in art school, or first in, you know, art classes at high school, and then later in actual art school, I learned like all of that stuff over and over again. And now it's just like in my, you know, I dream in composition, you know what I mean? Like sorry, but catch you later. It's buffing for me. It's making audio overlapping. Good night. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that it gets better. I have no idea why it would do that. But yeah, have a great night. Sorry for the audio issues. Well, that's a little bit concerning that it's doing that for someone, but I know that Twitch has been having some weird issues based on the changes that they're making. Let's take a look at our signal strength and all of that. It looks good. We're under 6,000 kilobytes per second. So yeah. Twitch be twitching, yeah. Well, they've been making a lot of changes. They're trying to get people onto this 2K, right? But they're not really set up for that, it seems like. So, but also like people are gonna start using that. I don't know. They're starting this thing where you can scrub backwards on streams, but only streams that you subscribe to. So it's kind of weird. They're gonna need more bandwidth than they are probably ready to deal with, but you know how things are. They roll things out and then they check to see how much bandwidth they need, and then they like, it's like a faucet. They turn, oh, we need more? Okay, we'll do more because it costs money to crank that faucet. It's the same thing for games. You know, a lot of these multiplayer games will come out and the servers will be crashing and shit because they don't have enough bandwidth, because they didn't want to pay for it when no one was using it. Well, now everyone's using it, and then they have to slowly increment the amount of bandwidth that they're using so they don't overpay, and it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, Twitch be twitching. That's funny. I like that. All right, so let's turn off the background music, and we will turn on this. Yeah, and I really appreciate everyone who's you know, listening and making sure that my audio is not glitching out for me. I very much appreciate that. Because sometimes you never know. Sometimes it is my fault. Oh, that's some good tea. I got the lemon ginger. Good stuff. Alright, so I like this. I feel like it could use some hi-hats or something. Appreciate you letting me take over your stream for a minute. Yeah, anytime, Ari Boobs. I'm all about helping people. It makes me feel good when I can, when I can use that knowledge, you know what I mean? And help other people out with it. It wouldn't do me much good to just sit on it and be like, oh, I spent all this money at art school and spent all these years studying art, but no, you're just gonna have to get feedback from someone else. You know, that wouldn't be very cool. So I don't know if we should do hi-hats on this one or on the next one. Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of room here, so maybe we do it here. I kind of like the silence. BRB for a sec, real quick though. Need water? Yeah, take your time. I kind of like the silence, but maybe we'll do a little bit of closed hat. A little bit of closed hat, not a lot, just a little bit. Let's see how this sounds. Oh, there's two of them. We didn't do that one. Let's do that one too. Yeah, I like it better without it. Let's get rid of those. I just had to hear it to be sure. I do that a lot with art and with music. I need to know what it would sound like if I experiment with it, and then sometimes it's not the right choice. All right, so now we're gonna make a duplicate of both. So we'll do 0 and then 1. So we'll take 0 first. It's easier to copy and paste in the tracker view. but it's easier for me to understand in the piano roll view. And I wish I could think in trackers, but it's really hard. It's all letters and you know, numbers, obviously. But yeah, like I get it. This is the instrument. This is the note. You know, we're doing mostly sharps. I have no idea what key that is. But yeah. So now we've got duplicates. We've got this one there and that one there. The only real difference is this bass line. But what we want to do is add treble. And there's really only one spot for it. But we could probably squeeze something in at the end also. So let's try that. And we're starting at this note. I don't know what note that is, but we can jump around a bit. And then we go to that note. So I like that, but it ends funny. So let's do one of those farty short pulse ones. And I like to do that. I think that sounds cool. So I like that. I think we'll do something different for the next one. Want to make sure it's not too long. Yeah, so then for this one, we'll do the same notes. So we can actually just copy all of this because they're all the same. And then we need to make sure it lines up. So, oh, that's not what we wanted. What happened there? Stop. Did we not copy it? So it's actually easier if I grab, oh, come on. If I grab that little green note at the bottom there, that'll help. So we're gonna copy it, paste it, and then that green note, we'll just paste it right there on that green note. And then what we're gonna do now is add some whittlies here. We'll start with this and we'll do it real high up, maybe even higher than we were. But we want it to be the same note that it starts at. So was that one? So like up here maybe even. There's a woo-bat in chat if anyone wants to try to catch a woo-bat. Catch woo-bat. And then this is actually the same note, but we're gonna use the note that it ends on this time. I think it's that one. And then this one, we want to do the same thing. And then we want to add those whittlies. So we'll do a we'll do that. Oh. And then we'll copy that, paste it there, and paste it there. And now let's listen to it from the top. Alright, so I don't like that. I thought I would, but I think it's just too high. So let's bring it down a bit. Let's try that. I don't like that it's the same notes. But I wanted to hear it from here. Alright, boobs, welcome back. So that sounds okay, but maybe not. So Ari Boops, there's someone that I want to shout out that I think that you might appreciate. I was watching them do really cool pixel art today. I'm trying to remember. I think it's this. Yeah. You should go follow this person. They do really fantastic art. They're like really big in the pixel art community, but they're not really big on Twitch. So it's kind of a cool thing. Like they'll actually read the chat and respond, and they might only have like 30 or 40 viewers, you know, or if you get there early, there's not that many people, and it's a really, really fantastic artist. If you go to their page, I believe you can see some of their links. Let's go there together, shall we? Yeah, so this person is just fantastic. This is what we were watching earlier. Like just really, really fantastic work. And they did this in about 6 hours, I think. They said they did 30 minutes before they started the stream. The first stream they'd streamed for a couple hours or 3 hours, I think, and then they did 3 more today. Although it looks like they only did about 2 hours today. So 5 or 6 hours. And yeah, just like really, really cool work. But yeah, in their about section, I think they've got some links. They've got their Instagram linked, their Blue Sky and Twitter. I actually don't know if I follow them on Blue Sky, but I do now. Let's see. Imprint. They've got an itch account. That's cool. Miss Key. I don't know what Miss Key is. They've got a pixel joint. They've got a low spec. They've got a deviant art. They've got a Newgrounds. They've got a pixel art. So I need to make accounts on these pixel joint and pixel art. They are so good, right? So if you take a look at some of their pieces here, they have some really cool pieces. Like this one looks so good, right? Like it doesn't even look like pixel art until you get like really close and you can see these are pixels, you know? Huge pieces. Yeah, that banner was really good. That's amazing. Oh my god, yeah. No, I'm a big fan of this pixel artist. I've been following them on Twitter for quite some time now. And these communities, again, are really cool. Like even this one, there's not that many pixels, but the Tetris pieces and the colors, it's like really, really fantastic work. I'm a big fan. This one's so beautiful. Look at this. And it's what's cool about artists who are like really, really good at pixel art. You can learn so much just by studying their work. You know, just seeing like look at how they treated the arm there. Right? It's a limited palette, and then they use this like this pink to outline the arm, and then there's like this highlight which is like the same color as the background, which makes it seem like a reflected light. The wing is actually visible through her body here, so it's almost like she has glass-like skin, but the effect that it provides is amazing. And then you can see the same thing going there on that side. It's just so good. So good. But even the smaller works, like look at this drawing. The way that they chose to use the chunky brush and just kind of scribble it out because it's like the phone resolution of the drawing, like, and then also like the background. There's like this really faint color they're using, and this whole like getting less saturated as you go back in depth. That's something that Leonardo da Vinci was really well known for. If you look at any of Da Vinci's paintings, you see that same effect where the saturation goes way down the further away you get from the viewer. Yeah, super cute composition. And they do some animation obviously too. The way the water is coming down, the red on the water is perfect, right? The way the light source is hitting it. It's so cool, the shapes and stuff. But yeah, they stream on Sundays during the day, and I think on Saturdays as well. They're a weekend streamer. But yeah, just like really, really cool works. And I need to start an account on this pixel art site as well as the Pixel Joint. That way I can feel like a noob, because these people, this is what they do. Like, I make games, these people, they just make pixel art, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, I'm not saying they just make pixel art, because obviously they have an itch account also. But yeah, a lot of them, look at, they make games. A lot of them focus on the pixel art though, and that is something that I have been, I haven't done, you know? A rhythm fighting game? That sounds fun. But yeah, so not to get on a huge tangent there, but you could probably find a whole lot of pixel artists on Pixel Art and Pixel Joint. And you could just, if you don't know what they're called, you can, it's funny the duck is called Wrath. Yeah, because it's stuck in a spinning like thing. It's like, I love it. Yeah, there it is right there. Also, it looks like it's angry, right? It's kind of got these angry eyes. Maybe that has something to do with it. But really fantastic work on the reflection. One of their recent animations was the same duck but floating through space, like doing this rotation in space. Not this rotation, but a different rotation in space. Just like really, really cool. I don't know what Miss Key is. Kind of want to know. Oh. It looks like it's in Japanese or Chinese or Korean. Maybe that's Chinese. Oh, but here's the other one that I was talking about. It's like going through the atmosphere. I like the camera shake in the background. Oh, here's a time lapse of Dredge. Yeah, I was watching them use the time-lapse script on Aseprite, and I'm gonna start using it, but I'm still like learning how it works. It's pretty cool though. So yeah, if you're interested in knowing how they did the time-lapse stuff, if you search time-lapse Aseprite. So I just searched time-lapse Aseprite, and here's this, but then there's this. So what we want is this one, record for Aseprite. And if we click that and download it, it tells you how to do it here. And I've already actually done it. So what you want to do is find your scripts folder and place the folder that you unzip into your scripts folder. So if you go to scripts and then open scripts folder, place that in there, and then hit this rescan scripts folder, and then it'll show up here as Aseprite record. Or record. I don't know why I said that funny. Pantheon 3D, I'm here, brother. Hope as well. All is well. Hope you're doing well as well. Well. Good to see you, Pantheon. I was just explaining how how to use this record for Aseprite feature or script that I just learned about today. And I'm gonna turn on some music while I do this. But yeah, it's really quite simple. If you have something saved, I actually already made one. So if we go to this time lapse and then we hit agree. Oh yeah, so this was the time lapse that I made. But if we go to where is it? File, scripts, Sprite main, and then there's, or I'm sorry, this one, record time lapse. We're gonna open time lapse, and then we hit open. Oh, I hit skip. I hit the wrong thing. So there's a command palette. Open time lapse. We'll hit agree. So now we've got the time lapse I made, and this was just a test. I was just testing it, right? So you can manually take snapshots, or you can set this auto snapshot, which is what I did. And you just hit start, and then there's a delay, action delay. So the way action delay works, and this is explained on the site, it takes automatic snapshots depending on how many actions you've done. So if you want to do 2 actions, like if you, so like a control Z or a control shift Z is an action, right? If you draw with the brush, that's an action. That's an action, that's an action, that's an action. So if you want to do it by 5s, you could do it by 5s, and then it would only record after every 5th action. It would just take another snapshot. And then what it does is it throws them in a folder that it makes based on where your thing is, right? So I think if I go, yeah, so there's this time-lapse record folder, because this is where I saved it, and then it puts this in here, and now there's this other time lapse here. So I was just testing things, and that's the time lapse, right? So if you select all of these and drop them into Sprite, it'll ask you if you want to open them as an animation, and you can say agree. And if it doesn't ask you, then you can reset it in your settings, the alerts in your settings, because I had actually already turned that off because it was annoying. But if you go to preferences and go to alerts, it says open a sequence of static frames as animation, and you can set it to ask yes or no. If you had already clicked don't tell me again, then yeah. But we are in an ad break. Pantheon's good, getting ready to fire up. Awesome to hear. Oh, I can't believe it's already 2 a.m. Nah. But yeah, we were making music, and then we got a little sidetracked, which is always fun, and I don't mind that at all. I kind of like getting sidetracked, to be honest. But we were making this song. Alright, so next, I think, because I like this, I think what we do next is we add a duplicate of the first one, but without anything, and then put in the hi-hats that we were reluctant to put in before. So yeah, this one, we're going to go to the baseline. We're going to, if we go here, it's actually easier to delete everything. So we'll just do Control A, delete. And now we just have the drums. We've got the kick on this channel and the noise on this channel. So in the noise, we're going to find our hi-hats here, and we'll do maybe something here. And then we'll do a open hi-hat maybe here. Hold on. What if we do a different hi-hat? Like right here. I'm just kind of like guessing. That actually sounded pretty cool. All right, so we'll do that, but then we'll also do this one. And then we'll do and then I keep wanting to hit A Sprite hotkeys to get the different things. But that's not how this works. So something like that. And then maybe we do like I feel like that should be blank. All right, so we'll do that twice, but we'll change it the second time. So we'll grab everything from 4, copy it onto 5, and so this is like almost like a drum solo. That's neat that you can make your music in GB Studio as well. Yeah, it's nice because it makes sure that it's going to work on the Game Boy, right? Although there is one thing to note, is that the wave channel gets used by the sound effects in the game. So if you're using like sound effects that are waves in the game, like dot wave files, then it will use this channel. There is a way to use like beeps.
Oh, a beautiful save.
And that'll use this. We will save. Thank you for that. We'll save 2 ways. The beeps that are in the game engine use the noise channel, but if you add your own sound effects using the dot wave extension, then they will be using this wave channel, and when that happens, it will remove the music because only one thing can happen at a channel at a time, because that's just the way the Game Boy is. But yeah, so what I do to compensate is I only use the 2 duties and the wave, because I like to have lots of sound effects. Oh no, that's terrible. It's not too bad as long as you know what's going to happen. The wave channel can get some really cool effects, but you can do a lot with just 2 duties and noise. And yeah, some like people who are like gung-ho musicians and that's what they do is just the music, they might say, oh, we need to use all 4 channels. They give us the 4 channels. But the reality is that like the game needs to play good, and the sound effects are going to affect the game feel. So if you have room, then use the wave channel. But I would say sound effects probably take precedent, because it's very much going to affect the game feel, especially for the types of games that I typically make. For something like Frontrooms Normalities, I may end up using the wave channel because there's like not a whole lot of sound effects, but I haven't put them in yet either. So I kind of wanted to make a sound effect for each time you go through the room, like a kind of thing. And then, you know, a sound effect for when you hit the button, a sound effect for when you go through the door, like whether it's right or wrong. And that would probably be about it. Unless also I wanted to make it so if you click on the cat that it makes a meow sound. So like, yeah. Yeah, I play a lot of games without music. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, because I do that too. I like to listen to my own music, but because I'm a game developer, I will listen to the game's audio first and get a feel for what the game's audio is, and then I'll put it on mute and listen to my own music. It really depends on the game. Some games you can't do that. If you do that, it's going to be detrimental. Like Valheim. If you turn down the music on Valheim, you won't know that a wolf is coming, and then you'll be dead, or that a troll is there. You know, maybe you'll notice that the screen's shaking with a troll, but it's a lot easier with the sound effects. Also, Sea of Thieves, that's another one. It's like you gotta listen to the creaks that the ship makes. You know, you can hear the change of the music when there's like a megalodon or whatever, a giant shark that's coming to attack you, you know, cannon fire in the distance, that type of stuff, you know. So yeah, it depends on the game, you know. If you're playing a puzzle game, then yeah, you don't need the music, you know, you can just put on your own music. Or like games that have like really repetitive music, it's like, I don't want to hear that, turn that shit off. You know, but yeah, as a game developer, I always listen to it just to get a feel for what they're doing as a reference. Because when I play games, I play them as a game developer first. I'm kind of ridiculous about that. Even was it last night? Because today's Sunday. Yeah, last night I was playing Sea of Thieves with Indiana Crones, who's super cool. They were walking across a tightrope, and I was like, I had my sword out, and I was like, I wonder what happens if you use the sword on the tightrope. Is that going to cut the rope? And sure enough, it did. And sure enough, Indiana Crones fell in the water because of it. But I was so, like, in the game dev mind of, I need to know if they coded this rope to snap. And of course, the rope didn't actually snap. It just acted as if I hit the button on the thing. But yeah, I do that kind of stuff, like, relentlessly. And it doesn't help me for my gamer card, right? Like I use this example a lot. I was playing Baldur's Gate with my friends, and I've only played it with friends once, and I was playing it for like the second time ever, and I was like testing things out. So there was like these brain vats in like the first room, and I attacked them, and they broke and spilled acid on me, and I think they either killed me or nearly killed me, and I was like worthless for the rest of those rooms because I was like nearly dead. And they were all mad at me, like, why did you do that? I was like, well, I wanted to see what would happen. I'm a game developer. I needed to know what would happen if you attacked this thing in the room. And like, how was I to know that it was filled with acid? You know, how was I to know that it was going to hurt me? I didn't know because I hadn't tested the game yet, you know, like, I feel like the devs put that there for a reason. So if you were curious, then you knew, like, hey, being curious can kill you in this game, you know? Because it was the start of the game. And but my friends, they were like, maybe we shouldn't play with this guy anymore. And I've never played with them on that game since. We'll play Helldivers together. We play Terraforming Mars together. But yeah, I wanted to make adjustments to the noise channel on this one. So let's go up on these. On both of them. Or maybe we go up half on that one and then go down here just because you'll be expecting it to go up, and now you'll be like, wait, what did it just do? And then for these, we'll change them out for crashes. And maybe change the pitch. Change the pitch up. So that sounded weird. Let's try a different crash there. And maybe higher. Also, we could do that, maybe. Smack my bitch up. Yeah. Well, the next lyric is change the pitch up, right? Smack my bitch up, change the pitch up. I love Prodigy. Yeah, no, I'm a huge Prodigy fan. You know what I love is those videos where they dissect the Prodigy songs and they tell you where he got the samples from, because they're all over the place. He, like, I don't know how he got away with sampling some. Actually, I do know how he got away. He changed them so much that you couldn't even tell that he was sampling other artists, right? Oh, that sounds weird. What happened there? Oh, is it this one? So we need a fart at the end, or at the beginning of this one. So this note, we'll put a fart here. Put a fart. There we go. And then we can do another one here just to keep it, you know. Is that right? Oh, this is the wave channel. That's not the channel we want. I was like, what's going on here? Duty. Which note was it? This note? Maybe we want that note. That's more farty. Alright, let's try this from the top. But yeah, they've got these great videos out there, and they've been out there for a long time. I remember like 2012, I was watching a video on dissecting Prodigy samples, and there's like Foo Fighters in there, like modern songs that were coming out like around the same time that those songs were coming out were being sampled and thrown into the mix in ways that you just would not expect them. Your first intro to them was Firestar. I think mine was too. And then Smack My Bitch Up. The video for that was like mind-blowing. Yeah. And then eventually one of my friends showed me Outer Space, I think it's called. The one where they sample Max Romeo. Gonna send him to outer space to find another race. Yeah, that one. So I think this is good. It actually feels like a complete song. Although I kind of don't like what I did at the end. I don't want to blame anyone else, but these changes, I kind of feel like it should go down still. Like, I wanted it to sound different, but now it sounds not good. So let's put the, oh, I don't want to do that. What is going on here? Oh. I think it's supposed to be that. Yeah. The staticky parts are a bit loud. So I'm probably going to turn down everything, to be honest. But do you mean these hi-hats here? Like that? But you're right. I am probably going to turn everything down. Let me hear it from the top again. Yeah, I'm surprisingly musical as well, even if I don't like music all that much. I do like it much more than I used to, though. That's interesting that you don't like music all that much. So I like it, but yeah, like you said, it is a little loud, but all of these new tracks are kind of loud. And if we go to the old music, you can see that I've turned down a lot of the instruments that we used. So like the bass is this channel. So if we go to the green one here, you can see it's turned down to 9. So I think everything got turned down to 9. So if we go to the green one, 9. If we go to this hi-hat, that one we actually set to 0, but it's got a sweep change. So, and then this one is left at 11. It looks like. And then the bass, the kick is at 9 also. So we'll probably put everything at 9 unless we want it to be a little louder. Yeah, like it confuses me when people literally just listen to music and that's it. Yeah. I like everything when it comes to art. Like I don't really get into everything, but I enjoy everything. Like if I can sense the talent, I enjoy it. You know? It took me a long time to really open myself up to all of the arts, you know? That's fair. Yeah, like, you know, when I was really young, I was like, oh, opera, that's stupid, you know? But now that I'm an adult, or even like when I was a young adult, like in college, like opera was kind of cool. It's like interesting, you know? You know, when I was young, I was musicals, man, that's kind of dumb. But I was also like really into Disney, which is musicals. So like I was in denial, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't like country music, I'll say that. But I like old country music, you know, like if like, you know, old Western music, I guess is a better description, because like the Nashville pop stuff, I don't like that. Correction, you don't like bro country. Yeah, I don't like Nashville pop. That's what I call it. I don't like the new country because it's not even really like country music anymore. It's just Nashville pop. It's pop music that's coming from Nashville, and it's very forced, and I don't know. It's closer to hip hop than it is to country, and I like hip hop, and it feels like it's doing hip hop a disservice. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe I'm just holding on to my hatred of 90s country because my mom used to play it when I was in bed. She would literally blast 90s country music to get me to wake up for school. That was the only way she could get us to wake up for school, she said, was to blast Billy Ray Cyrus and Garth Brooks. And I still don't like that stuff. Yeah, give me Dolly Parton and Earl Scruggs any day. I'm not huge into Dolly Parton, and I don't really know Earl Scruggs. But yeah, I never claimed to be really into Western music, but it's enjoyable to me. Like, it's not something that I like go out and listen to. But if it's like old Western, like, I'm okay with that. Like, that's fine. As long as I can hear the talent, and if it's not like, I don't know, I can't feel it in today's country, like the pop country stuff. I just don't feel the vibe. I don't get it doesn't resonate with me. It sounds like it doesn't work. It sounds like they're just after the money. And like, I feel that, like, that's the vibe I get from it, that they're like making a lot of money off of this stuff. And like, it's like, oh, well then, you could be a musician and be broke, or you could make this non-music and make a lot of money. So I don't know, it's not that it's non-music, it's clearly music. It just doesn't vibe with me. I don't know what to say. Some of it just seems like it's got elements of novelty rock, except they're taking it serious, right? She thinks my tractor's sexy, that type of stuff. It's like, what? Like, getting drunk on a plane? Like, come on. Like, so, this stuff it's funny, but it's not like good. It's just funny. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. It's just weird to me. I try not to dwell on it too much, but I live in Oklahoma, so yeah. Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Proceed to party. Exactly. Yeah, that song always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It's like, first of all, like, is that really the message we want to be sending to the world? Not just like your children or what, but the entire world is hearing these songs, So, like, is that the message we want? Like, this is what we do. This is how we party. We can't even afford good cups to drink out of. Like, we don't care. We're getting drunk. Like, oh, man. I don't like that. I mean, even back when I drank, I didn't like that song. So now that I don't drink, it's even more meaningless to me. All right. So, yeah, what we can do then is go in through all of these songs, actually, and change the volumes of the instruments. So we've got the duty 2 is this one. It doesn't need to be at 11. We'll turn it down to 9. The 25% pulse, we'll turn that down to 9 also. Let's see. I don't think we got the vibrato. We'll turn that down to 9. And then I think that's all the bass we're using. So then there's the noise, and the noise on this one we're just using, we've got crashes also. So we've got the green one, and so we'll turn that down to 9. The blue one, so this is a sweep one, so we might have to like listen to it, but we'll turn it down to 9 for now. And then the crash is that one. And again, there's a sweep there too, but we'll turn it down to 9 and listen. Let's hear what that sounds like. And I think it does sound better. Tear in my beer is both funny and good. Unless you're drinking it, then it sounds gross. Also, it sounds sad, like, because I haven't heard the song. Just hearing those lyrics sounds sad. But I won't argue. If you enjoy it, you're allowed to enjoy it. You're allowed to get enjoyment from things. I'm not trying to ruin anyone's party. But yeah, hopefully you're not crying too much into your beer. It is a sad song. It sounds like a sad song. Yeah. I mean, it's part of the Nashville pop culture to write about being depressed and getting depressed while you're depressed, right? Drinking depressants while you're depressed is like, isn't that like the whole thing? Isn't that the whole culture? Or pretending you're not depressed while you're using depressants, right? I don't know. I've thought about it too much. I'm not trying to get on a thing here. Oh, is this the update? Nice. Oh, I see the tail. That yeah, I like the tail. I like the tail. I was thinking about going that way, but yeah, that looks good too. It almost looks like it's trying to be a rattlesnake, you know? But yeah, it looks good. I like it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing it. So did we change this one? No. So we'll do the kick down to 9. The 50. Oh, did we even change the right thing on that other one? I don't think we did. Let's save it and go back. Yeah, we were changing all of these ones. We need to change the right channel here. That's a mistake. All right, so the 50. Oh, this is the wave channel. We need to change. So we changed the bass. We need to change the noise, which was these ones. So the green one or the blue one. Oh, that one is 9. Did we change it already? Did we do the right thing? And this one's 11, so we didn't do that one. So we'll change that to 9, and then the crash. That one's at 9 already, so maybe that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna shade this tail, then F off to bed because it's 3:30 a.m. Oh shit, it is late. Well, have a great sleep when you go to bed. I appreciate you hanging out, and yeah, hope the shading goes well. Nice. Got a flaming person there. So we turned that one down, but we need to turn the rest of these down. This one, go to 9, and then let's see what else is in here. We've got vibrato. Oh, that one's down at 7 already. Interesting. He says chaos. Kixie says good night, boops. And then this one, the hi-hats, they're already at 9. Oh, this is the duty. So this one, they're at 9 too. And then, was that the green one? That's going to 9. Oops, forgot. What'd you forget? That I don't have a tuck command? Sorry. Some people do. I think, was that a, which bot is that? Which bot has tuck? Whatever bot it is, I don't have it. Sorry. Maybe we'll get it one of these days. I don't know. You made yours manually? Ah, okay, okay. Well, that's one for the notes then. Maybe I'll have to make a tuck command to fit in. Alright, so that one's good. Overworld. Do the kicks again. We could probably have some music on while we do this. Is that loud now? It's loud here. Seems like it's okay there, but it's a little loud here. Mine counts up, but others just say something comfy. Oh, so you have a number, so you know how many times you've tucked someone in. Interesting. Yes, with the chaos again. So we'll turn down the pulse, duty, kick to 9. What's next? We've got the blue one, the orange one, the pink one, or the teal, right? And then the orange one, and the pink one, and the yellow one. Oh, and the fart one. And then those ones are good. Oh, now we've got... Did we do the vibrato? Nope. And then we've got the yellow, the green, and the other green. And we've got those ones and those ones, those. So now we just need the noise. So we've got the crash. So that's this one, which is already at, oh no, we need to go down here. Crash is at 9. Snare, we'll turn that down to 9. This one, the open hi-hat, is at 9. The closed hi-hat is at 9, so that's good. Oh, and then we've got this other crash here. The green crash, that one's at 9 too. Cool. So that's good for that one. We'll save that one. Alright, so now we've got the kicks again. Turn that down to 9. Oh, what is that chiptunes radio you like? Oh, it's gone. It disappeared. But there's Battle of the Bits to take its place. Yeah, the chiptune radio is it's no longer there. We got Call Me Kixie again. We got the Call Me Kixie again. Oh, Sag. I don't know what you mean. But it's Sag that the chiptune radio went away, that's for sure. But yeah, Battle of the Bits is super useful for that. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Play. Your brother loves you and wants you to be safe, so click play or touch something to hear things. That's weird. So yeah. I was listening to this playlist earlier, so that's what's loaded up. But if you just go to battleofthebits.com, if you go to Arena and then playlists, it's got all of these playlists that people have made. So if you're into chiptune, this is a great place to find it. This is like that. I liked using that Krellez radio stuff, but it's gone. Oh, the kicks. You mean the kick drums? We got the kicks again. Yeah. I use that to describe the word kick in plural, as in like kick drums. And sorry, Kixie, for the alert of hearing your name, but the drums were there first. Okay, Kixie. So I'm sorry. But yeah, this is where I go for chiptune music now. Krellez radio it vanished. But if you want to do YouTube, you can still search for Krellez. So yeah, Krellez, if you just click Krellez, K with a K, they have a whole bunch of, in their videos, they have a whole bunch of chiptune mixes, and they're all really good. You can tell I've listened to a lot of them. So this is a place to find good chiptune music too. But it's just sad they don't have the radio anymore. It used to be here, and then they got a copyright strike, and then they made Krellez Relay, and It's like it's not even there anymore. It's like they took that down, which is interesting because it was there yesterday. But it's like they took it. Oh, here it is. It's still there. So it's still there. It's just there's nothing going on it. And this 10 months ago, he said it was officially dead. But that's funny because it just died last month. So it was up and then it was down and then it was up and then down. It's up and down. So yeah, it's no longer here, unfortunately. I should check the Discord. They have a Discord, and maybe they wrote something about it being down there. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. I'm always looking for new stuff. So far, I've done Bollywood, Chinooka, Irish, folk, instrumental jazz, movie soundtracks, noir detective, jazz, Nintendo lo-fi days, all different days. Right on, right on. Yeah, I like a lot of different music too. Like fusion. Like in the last few years, I've been listening to a lot more fusion. I couldn't tell you any artists that I know off the top of my head. Also African jazz. What do they call that? Brazilian jazz. What is it? Shit, I can't think of what they call it. But it's good. Bossa Nova, there it is. You know what I'm talking about. Exactly. My brain's not braining. Yeah, I listen to that. Yeah. That's jazz with sass. It's essentially Brazilian jazz. That's the way I look at it. I mean, it's more than just Brazil, but you know, it's mostly, it's like South American jazz, right? Yeah, I listen to a lot of different music, a lot of variety. I like drum and bass. I like speedcore. Kixie likes bossa nova too. Yeah, bossa nova is some chill shit. You know, Nintendo got me into bossa nova, right? Because you have your Mario Kart island levels, and that if you listen to it again, and then you listen to bossa nova, and then you listen to that again, it's like, yep, Nintendo definitely had some bossa nova. They also have reggae in their songs. Nintendo got me into reggae as well. I forgot about bossa nova. I should do a bossa nova day. Yeah, you should. Also, there's like lo-fi bossa nova and like chiptune bossa nova. I mean, like chiptune's cool because chiptune's not really a genre. It's more of a style, right? Oh, I also like that music style from Ocarina of Time. Are those MIDIs? I don't know exactly what Ocarina of Time used, but it's sample based. I can tell you that. So it's what it likely was. A lot of times with the Nintendo 64 music, what they did was they would have an actual composer make it on high definition stuff, and then they would downsample it. So I don't know exactly what Nintendo did, but for example, Forsaken, right? Forsaken was a PC game that had a Nintendo 64 port. Well, the soundtrack was like a big deal because they had all of these like artists make the soundtrack, and then yeah, Koji Kondo, is that the composer? Interesting. So they had all of these artists, like electronica artists, drum and bass artists on Forsaken soundtrack, but then they had to like resample everything for the Nintendo 64 to make it fit. So not only did they have to resample, but they had to remove parts of it. So if you listen to both soundtracks, you get two vastly different versions of the same song. And it's actually kind of cool because I grew up with the N64 version. I actually prefer it over the original soundtrack. And it's weird because you can hear the downsampling, and you can hear that there's pieces missing that are in the full soundtrack. So yeah, it's really strange. Different developers probably did different things for the Nintendo 64 music, because music was coming a long ways at that point. You got to remember PlayStation came out around that same time, and well, actually I think it came out first, and PlayStation had high fidelity, 16-bit wave files on their soundtracks. They were actually CD quality. Yeah, my first fully orchestrated video game experience was Super Mario Galaxy. I never actually played Super Mario Galaxy. I heard it was good, but yeah, I never actually played it. It was like, whoa, right on, right on. Yeah, personally, I got really into like early chiptune, and all of it. Super Nintendo, NES. Yeah, I really like the sound effects from the arcade era. Game Boy had some really great music. Yeah. And then around the time that Nintendo 64 and PlayStation came out, I mean, there was still some really great music being composed, but there was a lot of like licensed artists that were like putting their music on in games, like Tony Hawk and stuff like that, where it was like, it was good music, but it was music that you could get on a CD from a band or go see live. I unintentionally skipped over that era and entered video games with N64, so chiptune has to be like super good for me to listen, cause no nostalgia factor for me. Oh, right on. I would say Battle of the Bits is a great place to look. Also, that, like I said, that Krelez YouTube channel, all those mixes. Unfortunately, the radio's not on, but the radio was just a bunch of it was a bunch of those tracks. It was like 1,500 of those tracks on random is what it was. So it's the same music, but it sucks because on YouTube, if you listen to one of those, it stops you in the middle and says, "Are you still watching?" And it's like, "Yes, I'm still listening. Holy shit." But yeah. Oh, neat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like, and the other thing about chiptune music is that if you really like modern music, you can find remixes of like chiptune remixes of modern music. Yeah, I hate that too. YouTube's little thing. Like, come on, guys, we're on the website. Do we really need that extra click to let you know that we're using it? It's because they want to sell you YouTube Red or whatever. But yeah, like for instance, I'm a Tool fan. I'm less of a Tool fan now than I was previously, but there's a lot of really great Tool chiptune covers, right? A lot of times if you type in chiptune, it doesn't come up, but if you put in 8-bit cover, that shit almost always comes up. And it's weird because they're not all 8-bit. Some of them are clearly not 8-bit, but yeah. But yeah, a lot of really interesting chiptune covers, or 8-bit covers. Pretty much any popular song, even from like, the 90s and stuff like that, like, I don't know. Yeah, but I definitely have nostalgia for chiptune 100%, so yeah. But also for the N64 era too. This one. Oh yeah, someone did Bad Romance in chiptune, but made it in major key, and it sounded like a cute little shop in a magical land. I don't know Bad Romance, but I could imagine that what you're describing sounds like cute little shop in a magical land. I like that. That's you could base a game off of that description. In fact, I think people have, which is good. There should be more cute little shops in magical lands games. Should be a genre in its own. Or on its own. Alright, so then the noise channel. We got the blue one. We got the orange one. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong channel thing here. Alright, so the blue one is already at 9. The orange one, 9. The open hi-hat, 9. The green one, 9. The other green one, 9. Alright, so those are all at 9 then. We'll go to this one. It should be, yeah. Alright, so then we'll do the bass, which is this green one. Turn it down to 9. And the reason why I'm actually doing this is because the sound effects were getting drowned out by the music. And the sound effects are my voice, and they're cool, and I like them, so... Infinite Metal said that he wished that he could have heard them, so... We're making adjustments based on Infinite Metal's feedback. That's what we do in game dev. LOL, I like those sound effects as well. The ones I made with my mouth, were you there for that? I also made fireworks sounds with my mouth in Pyrotoad. Alright, so that should do it for that. And that's good for that. We've got this one. Oh, we're on the wrong thing. This one can come down. Alright, so then I think we're good. So it should sound a little less noisy. Pachow? Pachoo? Pachoo! Oh, is that the sound I made with my mouth? Or no, that's the firework. That's the firework. It was like... That's what it did. But then I did some adjustments to it in Audacity. I like stretched it out and changed the pitch and then really compressed it so it sounded like, you know, a noise, basically. But it was like, I was making the sound with my mouth and I was thinking, should I use BFXR to make this? Which is like an audio sound effects tool. I was like, man, that would actually be like really difficult to get it to sound exactly what I want. I'd have to like mix a few different sounds together. And I was like, you know, I'll just do it with my mouth. The Audacity, yeah, there's this software called Audacity I use that's like super free and super easy to use, and been using it since college. They told me about it in college. They're like, yeah, use Audacity for this, and I was like, all right, Audacity it is. And yeah, you can just and then, you know, do things to it. You can just Yes. Sometimes I get carried away doing nothing, and I think that's important. Everyone should do this from time to time. And then you can do this thing that I started doing back in the day where you just like take little bits and you just copy paste them. . Oh, I just did that wrong. And then just, you know, reverse random sections. You can just you can just you can just yeah, and then you can compress it all. Compressor. You can just Oh my god, I thought this was going to be simple shading really quick, but I forgot I'm an artist. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. But artists need sleep also, so don't forget that you're gonna do, for me at least, I do better when I'm fully awake. Unless I'm just having fun doing nothing, because I'm gonna delete this. You can just Yep, and it's gone, and that was fun. But yeah, I like playing with that. I used to use this this Sony program called SoundForge, but that cost money, so might as well use something that's free. But yeah, it is getting late. And by that I mean we should probably stop. It's 3 a.m. Let's look for someone new to raid, and if there's not someone new, then I think we'll raid Electric Mindset. Because we just raided Seagoat and we just raided Peanut Punch. We could do Pantheon 3D again though. It's been a while since we've raided them. But yeah, let's look for someone new first, just in case, and then we'll decide on that. Cause I like to meet new people. Let's search for, first we'll search game your GB Studio. It never comes up with anything, but you never know. You never know. Maybe someone will have started, and no, I'm not seeing anything. Ooh, fancy. The tail looks nice. I like it. I like it. You've got the whole shapiness going. Looks good. Looks good. Nice work, Ari Boops. Thanks for sharing again. It's always appreciated. Okay, done. Yep. Well, have a great night if you're going to bed. Yay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yep, absolutely. This is the last layer, promise. Man, I'm like the only thing that comes up for GB Studio. Alright, let's do pixel art next. I don't know this person. let's take a look. Ooh, I'll stay for raid. Okay, okay.
Sometimes I watch like anime movies, but it's mostly psychological horror.
Alright, so I think this looks pretty promising. So yeah, let's Taco Crepe is their name, so how can you go wrong with Taco Crepe, right? And they're pixel artists, they're using Sprite. So yeah, that should be a good place to go to. Kixie's excited. She heard Taco Crepes and her ears lit up. Because that's what ears do, right? They light up. I have Cozy Gamer Rex if you want. Oh, I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm gonna try to stick with art first and then yeah. But I do appreciate the thought. But yeah, we found someone. So let's oh, Kixie already has the raid message up. Thank you, Kixie, for that. You're so quick with that. I appreciate that. So yeah, if you want to be part of this fantastic raid, get your raid message while it's hot, and we're gonna raid this cool seeming person. So it's someone I don't know, so hopefully they're cool. They seem like they're cool. I'm testing the raid message. We got that working. All right, and then I need to remember their name now. It was easy to remember, so I'm pretty sure it's, yep, Taco Crepe. All right, everyone get ready to be blown away by some really cool art, because it looked like they were doing some really cool stuff, and they said that they watch anime, so that's a plus, right? But yeah, thanks everyone for all the raids, the Maniac, Ari, Abraxas, all the support, really appreciate it. Kixie for hanging out, really appreciate you also. Ari Boops for sharing your art, that's so cool of you. All the new people that came, everyone who is interested in the games I'm making, I really appreciate all the support. Thanks everyone. All right, thank you for the stream. Thank you, Kixie, I appreciate that. All right, everyone ready? Everyone got your raid message? And we're off. Alright, I'll see everyone soon. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. I don't know when. Thanks for the heart emotes, I appreciate that. But yeah, I have no idea when. Probably around the time that, you know, people get home from work-ish, kind of. Like, what? 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 tops, probably. I don't know. Who knows? That's my time, of course. But yeah, anyways, we're raiding. See you there.
Thanks for the raid, Rick Oklon. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'll give you a follow. Thanks for